What?
If you're over the age of 5, I think you know that life moves pretty fast. And if you're still planning your day manually, you're already a step behind. Just let me introduce you to Motion AI, your own personal AI assistant that never sleeps. It has been such a huge help to me, and it doesn't just organize your tasks, but it thinks ahead for you. Motion AI builds your perfect day so you don't have to. And for 62 cents a day, where can you go wrong? Your schedule's a mess, there's too many tasks, there's not enough time in a day, and you have no idea where to start. Trust me, I've been there. Look.
Black Monday. Holy moly. The Kamala crash is here. Kamala needs to get in front of a camera today. People are losing their homes today. People are losing their fortunes today. People are losing their futures today. People are losing their 401ks today. This is shaping up to be one of the worst market days in American history.
No one cares about the stock market. Stock market rises. I've said this for years, but everybody knows this too. Like, the indicators don't matter if they're bad, and if they are good, then they're the most important thing in the world.
In a way that wouldn't really go with not caring about markets. So I think what markets are seeing what's true, which is three things. This is an inflation shock because you're adding to prices. CEO of Amazon got it right. The Secretary of the Treasury got it wrong. Increases in tariffs of this magnitude, the overwhelming part of them will be passed on to consumers. So you've got an inflation shock. When you raise the prices of people and their income, at least in the short run, is the same, they're poorer. And that means they can afford less stuff. And that pushes the economy down. And so you've got higher inflation and you've got less demand and therefore more unemployment. All of that's bad for the economy and companies. And the last thing, which I think is profoundly important, is we are trading like an emerging market country right now. For serious countries, for the United States, the pattern is that when the world gets riskier, the bonds go down in yield and the currency goes up in value because people come for the safe haven.
Real quick, so what he's saying there is important to understand. When the market gets riskier, so there's more volatility, and people are looking to park their money somewhere safe, people look to buying treasury bonds because the United States dollar is considered an incredibly safe investment, right? So there's a couple of like really good knock-on effects that I've never even considered before. But like if the world is risky, if there's weird stuff going on, the United States can deficit spend in a way that is easily fundable because more people buying more treasury bonds means that the interest rates on those will go down so we can issue debt for cheaper. It's good for us, generally speaking. This idea around like people looking to park money in safe places was also a huge driver
What do you mean? I'm just... Excuse me. Come on, you defend something.
In the housing market collapse is because for the first time you had something that was seen as like, oh my God, I can buy mortgages in the United States. It's basically a US Treasury bond. It's almost as safe as that, and the returns are higher. And it was one of the huge drivers for why people were selling so many mortgages, why so many people were selling investment products and derivatives based on those mortgages, et cetera. It was the whole world was parking money into these CDOs. And it's why that was a global financial catastrophe. And it's why it wasn't just about houses or whatever. People say that. It was more financial. The housing market collapse, in my uneducated opinion, didn't really have much to do with the housing market. It had to do more with financial markets and global finance, I would say. But
when you're a country like Argentina, then the assets all move together. Falling stock prices go with higher bond yields, go with a weakening currency. And so because of our erratic behavior, we
Destiny, it was regulatory. Yes, it was regulatory of financial markets. Thank you, Metalloid. Yes.
have changed the zeitgeist surrounding America from the traditional zeitgeist surrounding America to the kind of zeitgeist that surrounded Juan Perón's Argentina. And that goes with all the other things that are happening. The more protectionism, denying the independence of the central bank, fiscal irresponsibility, breakdown of traditional boundaries between government and business, substantial cronyism as a strategy, authoritarian tendencies towards the opposition, lack of total respect for the judiciary.
Keep going, Larry. Keep
what we're seeing is a pattern of America being governed on the kind of Juan Perón Argentina model. And that sometimes produces some benefits for some people in the short run. That sometimes generates popularity for it. Perón kept coming back in Argentina, but ultimately it's extremely costly for a society.
You've heard Larry's take on all of this.
Larry's giving it about a B+ on the Harvard grade scale.
Which might be inflated, I'm not sure. Sachs.
Wait, does this Chamath guy, does he normally do podcasts with really smart people? Why is he such a retard? Somebody explain this to me.
Obviously, in the administration, you cover two things, AI and, of course, crypto. And you're a member of the pod, so let's get your take on what happened this week with these tariffs. Even the most ardent supporters of Trump have felt this is chaotic, not well executed, not communicated well. What's your take, Sachs, on how this was executed, and could this have been
the Sachs guy might not be smart. Larry Summer guy seemed like he knows his shit.
done better?
Well, I think what happened, if you go back to Liberation Day was only 8 days ago, it was April 2nd. If I had told you on April 1st that Donald Trump would find a way to get the entire world to eagerly embrace a 10% tariff on the American market.
Nobody is eagerly embracing this. You sellout stooge. You absolute fucking retard. Holy shit.
And not only would they not complain, but they'd actually be relieved.
Really? No one's complaining? Everybody feels relieved? People are still having discussions about what new trade deals would be in the United States. Carney in Canada has said that Canada is going to be leaving the United States and is looking for a new order in how things, seriously?
It's only 10%. You would have said that would be an April Fool's joke. If I had told you 8 days ago or 9 days ago that Trump would find a way to accelerate the United States' decoupling from China, which is something he's long wanted to do, and that Wall Street would basically breathe a sigh of relief over that, you would have said that there's no way that could happen.
No, everybody would agree that you can make people love living in huts if you nuke their cities and build the huts afterwards. Nobody in the planet would say that, of course people are going to enjoy a reprieve from some of the worst shit you could possibly do. Yeah, that's incredibly predictable. What are you talking about?
If I had told you 8 or 9 days ago that President Trump figured out a way to assert a presidential power in a way that gives America extraordinary leverage over virtually every country in the world, you would have said, well, I don't believe it. What is that power? And he proceeded to do that. And now basically every country in the world, except for China, is coming to Washington seeking to negotiate a new trade deal for the United States.
Yeah, when we're going to negotiate those, right? Are you guys excited for the 150 new bilateral trade agreements that the United States is going to negotiate?
Better terms for the U.S.
If you told me any of that a few days ago, I would have believed you, and I would have thought the consequences would be a substantially deteriorated American economy and a substantially less secure
I don't think we know
United
that.
States.
I don't think we know
it's
that.
It's not any surprise. There's nothing surprising about the fact that the United States has the power to extort Lesotho.
Yes.
It's just,
That's
that's
not
a country that was singled out in the Trump formula for the highest level of protection. There is no surprise in that. There is no surprise that the United States has the capacity to isolate itself from China. It will be very, very costly.
Japan's coming to Washington. South Korea's coming to Washington.
You don't think we already had deals with Japan? Do you think that these people have just... Do we have no trade deals in the history of the United States? It was not, like, this is the first time ever we've gotten trade deals with countries before? Like, hello?
Everybody's going to try to cut
Everyone's going to come to Washington.
It never would have occurred to anyone with experience in government that the United States would have any difficulty getting any major country to come send a representative to the United States to have a discussion and a negotiation with a United States on a matter that was of concern to the United States.
Larry, why
never
didn't they?
could possibly have come as any
Okay, let me let
surprise.
Sachs
Why
reply to
didn't
that.
they?
Ezra,
They did. They have been.
to bring you in. Sachs, go ahead. You reply.
Then why didn't they, Larry? Do you think that all these countries were going to renegotiate their trade deals with the U.S. if President Trump asked nicely, if he said, pretty please, let's renegotiate our trade deals so you take
Yes, we're the United States of America. What do you mean? That's the whole point of threatening an act. You could do that too. You just ramp it up. What? Like, again, they cast the U.S. as so weak. You think people are going to want to fucking negotiate anything with the little United... Yeah, we're the United States of America. We have the largest fucking economy in the world. What?
down your trade barriers, that they would have done it. If he had said pretty please with a cherry on top, that's not the way these things work. He had to establish the leverage in the negotiation first. And the fact of the matter is he's the first president in decades who's been willing to do that. You don't get anywhere by just asking nicely. And I think that what President Trump did over the last 8 days is A, establish the leverage, and B, get all these countries to now want to negotiate a new trade deal with the United States.
If this is such a terrific thing, why do markets think it's so terrible for the American economy? Maybe the market's just completely wrong, but at least another possibility is
question
that
is,
the
what
market's
is the-
judging this. That the market, I mean, job of markets is to look forward. It's to look past the immediate. It's to see what the long-run consequences are going to be. And markets are making a pretty devastatingly negative
No,
judgment.
not true. Not true. Larry,
on
that's
this
not
step.
true. That feels emotional and nice, but it's just not accurate. So let's just establish a couple facts about quote unquote the markets.
Wait, look forward. Is
the question
that
is,
the
what is
market's
the-
judging this. That the market. I mean, job of markets is to look forward. It's to look past the immediate. It's to see what the long-run consequences are going to be. And
Okay, yes, this is smart. Efficient market hypothesis is incorporating a ton of information. Yes.
markets are making a pretty devastatingly negative
No,
judgment.
not true. Not true. Larry,
on
that's
this
not
step.
true. That feels emotional and nice, but it's just not accurate. So let's just establish a couple facts about quote unquote the markets. Number one, there are two markets and they behave totally differently and sometimes inversely to each other. There's the stock market and there's the bond market. With respect to the stock market, what they are debating, and you're right, Larry, is what is the effective long-term rate of return a dollar needs to generate in order to pay me back that dollar. That is what the fundamental stock market does. And what we've seen for many years with trade imbalances, trade deficits, and close to zero interest rates, of which more of that happened under Democrats and Republicans, we have allowed the stock market to inflate past historical averages. What we've actually seen happen in the last week is what most people would call mean reversion. The stock market is still way above where it was last.
This is a cringe take. If you want to talk about a correction in the markets, he is right in that our stock market has ran pretty hot for quite a while, I think. Our stock market has ran hot. However, if a correction would have happened out of just, natural, ordinary economic activity, he's right that people would have said, well, it's a correction. We probably needed to cool off. Things might have been a little bit overvalued. But that's not why the markets are reacting the way they are right now. We have a very particular event that just happened, which was the United States president pushing the nuclear war button on global trade. So you can't use that. Whether you're right or not, we can't know now. We have no idea if this correction is organic or if things were overvalued. We have no clue because the market is not reacting to a simple overvaluation of all these companies. It's reacting to a fundamental trade, a fundamental difference in how all of these firms will operate, like things that are literally impacting cash flows and revenues and everything. It's not just a market correction on overvaluation.
Year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, what has happened is that the forward multiples have compressed. So that's number one. That's a fact. You can debate whether that's bad or good, and I'm willing to debate that with you. But
Okay,
that's
now let's
a
go to
fact.
bonds. Yeah.
And then with respect to bonds, what we are seeing now is there are two very complicated issues, and we don't know what the unknown known is. And let me be very specific. In the last 2 days, we saw one part of the bond market totally get out of whack. And what we know is that the yields changed materially in a very acute way, which is atypical of how the bond market typically digests a philosophical change in approach to policy. Normally, when you see an acute reaction in the bond market, the underlying reason tends to be some financial calamity in a participant. What we heard in the last 24 hours is a lot of this move may have been attributed to an enormous levered bet on U.S. treasuries by a Japanese hedge fund. It will take 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 weeks for us to really know.
I think you have to be careful because if I'm understanding the claim here, he sounds like he actually is smart. He sounds like he actually does understand not just the concepts, but how they connect, which is very fucking annoying because he says a lot of really retarded shit when I see him talking in other places, okay? So global finance and everything is a weak area of mine. Okay, so like I'm not gonna have a ton of answers here, but when he makes the argument that historically global volatility doesn't lead to an acute change like this in U.S. Treasuries, okay? Acute meaning a short-term, instant, like a very quick onset, right? Historically, that would be true, but I think historically, it's because the United States, no matter what's happening, it's the f***ing U.S. of A. It's always going to be there. So it would make sense that in any time of global uncertainty, what's going on in Europe, what's going on in Japan, I don't know what's going on anywhere, but I sure as f*** know that the U.S. is going to survive it, and I know the U.S. is going to be here tomorrow, so I'm parking my money in U.S. Treasury bonds because it's safe and fuck all the global volatility. But when the U.S. is the country that is inducing the volatility in a way that undermines the USD, undermines the U.S. economy, well, we have a fundamentally different situation where that prior analysis might no longer be valid, which should be accounted for here. I don't know if the Summers guy will bring this up. So
Separately, what we do know, though, where the structural complexity of the market, and this is where, Larry, I agree with you, is acute and important to observe, is in the credit markets for private companies. And that is where you have to pay a lot of attention.
Okay, Larry, let me let you respond to Chamath's response to you, and then Ezra, I promise you're going to come in next. Larry, go ahead.
Martha, as you well know, the vast majority of financial thinking emphasizes changes in the earnings prospects of companies associated with the strength of the economy as a major source of stock market fluctuations. And if you look at dividend strips, if you look at what's happening to analyst revisions, that's got a lot to do. Negative prospects for the economy has a lot to do with why the economy, why the stock market has turned downwards. The foreign exchange market's very big, and it's a big referendum on whether people have confidence in the United States. And somehow, tariffs, reduced imports, are supposed to reduce dollar selling and make the currency go up. And not only is the currency not going up, it's going down substantially. So we're seeing a pattern. Maybe it's all just due to one Japanese hedge fund, but maybe we're seeing a pattern that really looks pretty much like the Argentine pattern.
Ezra, you are hearing this debate. I think there's no debate that this was done in a very extreme fashion at a minimum. Do you wonder if this could have been done in a more gradual or thoughtful way? What's your take on the execution here by the administration of these tariffs and their response to the markets?
I can't say I wonder if it could have been done in a more gradual, thoughtful way. It could have.
Obviously.
I defer to Larry on the markets. I'm more of a connoisseur of arguments, and something I've been thinking about over the past very long 8 days is covering the 2024 election and covering Donald Trump's tariff promises. And it was a thing that liberals like me were doing.
Oh my God, please. Okay, first of all, I hate Ezra that he just brought up that he doesn't want to go into... No, I don't hate him for that, actually. I respect it. If he doesn't know anything about it, then just don't bring it up. That's totally fine, actually. I respect that. I hope he's about to bring up this weird game that conservatives get to play where they do this thing where they say, Trump's not going to do that, but if he does do it, it's a negotiating tactic. But if he does do it, but then he doesn't do it, then it was also, and then it's good for the, like, they live in all the worlds at the same time, right? Tariffs are good for the United States economy because it helps us foster domestic manufacturing. But if he gets rid of tariffs, it's good because he makes deals with other people, even though those deals with other people would then undermine our manufacturing. But then if he puts tariffs back on, then it's good because it helps our manufacturing, even though it undermines our deals with the other people. Like this, you can't do this. It's insane. It's insanity. Well, I hope he brings this up. Conservatives said that he wasn't going to do this, and he did do it, and then they defended it.
Where we do these shows and say, Donald Trump is promising a 10% to 20% global tariff, and then 65% tariff on China. And if he does that, it'll have this set of effects, higher prices, it'll create financial uncertainty, etc. And what I would be told, like the counter argument, was, oh, you libs. You always take him literally, and you should be taking him seriously. I had Ramaswamy on my show. He said, he's not going to do that. That's just a negotiating ploy. And this was the common line from Trump allies on Wall Street.
Yep.
And then I watched as he began doing not just that, but layering a series of them bilateral tariffs on top of that.
And then they defend it, and then they defend it, and then they defend it. Art of the deal, art of the deal, art of the deal.
The markets began freaking out. While they were freaking out, a bunch of his defenders said, no, actually, these tariffs, which we told you were never going to happen, are actually a great idea.
Yes!
We need to reset the entire global financial system, and you can't shift those tectonic plates without creating a few earthquakes.
But then when the tariffs go away, that was a good idea, too. How could every idea be a good idea?
Then, the moment the tariffs paused, with the 90-day pause on the tariffs on top of the 10% and the China tariff,
thank you.
Then I heard, nope, that pause is genius. How do you read the art of the deal?
Thank you.
What I observe from this is it usually when an idea is good, you don't need people jumping back and
forth to backwards rationalize it and then forward rationalize it and then say why it wasn't good and then, yes.
Forth on it so often, going between these tariffs are a bad idea, but they're a smart negotiating ploy, to these tariffs plus are an actually great idea. You should all calm down, as Trump said. You should all be cool. Back to no, these tariffs are a great idea. I think something I'd love to hear from David. It's very hard to break the pattern being a podcast host. I would like to hear what the measure of success in 2 years is.
Oh, that's a good question. What is the measure of success? Because it seems like you guys... would it be successful, for instance? He should be more particular. What Ezra should ask is, would you consider it successful if the United States of America negotiated good or global trade deals with every single country such that we're still trading with them all?
Oh, that's
or is it
sweet.
only successful if we are trade deficit neutral? Or is it only successful if we start manufacturing way more things in the United States? What is success to you? Because if success is only domestic manufacturing, then why are we negotiating trade deals at all? We shouldn't want to negotiate trade deals. We should just tariff them and make all our own shit, right? Because that's the goal with the tariffs, right? Is domestic manufacturing. Any trade deal you make is necessarily going to undercut your domestic manufacturers, unless you just want to be an export surplus country, which I don't know why the fuck the United States would want to do that. But
Right, we can sit here and speculate about the effect of these, and I'm much more on Larry's side than what I'm hearing from Chamath and David. But what are your measures? What in 2 years,
Good question.
if manufacturing, employment or whatever
Very good question.
is below?
very good question. But we need to remember, these are the people doing the tariffs. We'd love to know what people in your... Was this a real thing? I saw this, but this must be like AI or some shit, right? This can't be a real thing. What is this? This video appears to be from Turning Point Actions, the People's Convention event. Really? This was from the inauguration ball? Was it? Thank God. For all of our cringe DEI shit and our non-binary women and all that bullshit, at least we didn't do this shit. At least we didn't go this far. Oh my God.
X, will you be unhappy if GDP is... What is a sort of objective yardstick where we could come back in 700 days and say, did this work out or was this a bad idea?
I would say probably the biggest thing would be whether the U.S. can reindustrialize to some extent so that we're not completely dependent for our supply chains on a potentially hostile adversary.
And what is the measure?
Like, what a non-answer.
For that? Is it the quantity of manufacturing we're making?
Oh, and listen to Ezra. Even though he didn't want to go deep into whatever, he's asking more specific questions. Like, don't just say, we don't want to depend on other people. Like, at all? Or, like, what does that even fucking mean? But yes, ask specifically.
Supply chains on a potentially hostile adversary.
And what is the measure of that? Is it the quantity of manufacturing we're making? Is it the share of manufacturing?
I don't think it's a hard thing to understand. You know.
Oh my God! Like, that can't be the answer. If you don't even know what your goal is, then how can you be shaking up the world order? You don't even have a goal in mind at all. You can't even speak like you could say, for instance, well, maybe he's about to be fair, maybe he's about to. You can say like, well, it's really hard to measure that. I would say that a whatever percentage increase between this and that of manufacturing stuff domestically, reduction of our global trade deficit, an onshoring of at least X, Y, and Z industries. Like these are kind of, you don't have to give like a hyper specific answer, but at least point in direction. But maybe he's about to, maybe he's about to, maybe he's about to.
Sure, that is it the quantity of manufacturing we're making? Is it the share of manufacturing?
I don't think it's a hard thing to understand. You know, during COVID, we learned. Let me finish my point. I am saying it concisely. During COVID, we discovered that we were horribly dependent on a supply chain from China for some of our most essential products, for pharmaceuticals, for other medical gear that we needed during COVID.
Sure. So what would be
like? Let's assume that that is the case, okay? Because everybody blows up this fucking mask bullshit, which I still don't believe in, okay? I think that that was a political will problem, but I will believe that until the day that I die, okay? I think that the mask thing had to do more with political will than just supply chains. Number one. Number two, if we're going to use COVID as an example of relying on other countries, COVID was an unbelievable success when it came to pharmaceuticals, okay? There is in a historically short amount of time, there is a new vaccine that was manufactured and distributed worldwide in record time with an insane safety and effectiveness profile that was created in like 2 weeks because of the new technology that U.S. research and global research and U.S. capitalism and globalized capitalist cooperation like ended up creating. Like, we don't make that vaccine on our own. Probably not, right? Because I think a lot of the research for this and a lot of the final completion for this came from the BioNTech or whatever company that was a German pharmaceutical company. I don't know if we even have that vaccine after, we cut off trade from the rest of the world and do all of our own stuff. I don't know if that's the case. But these guys might not even think the COVID vaccine was real. So who the fuck even knows? You know, I don't know.
If you were to put a metric on
Just
it,
as one example, but we've also learned that our entire
Masks.
supply chain for all sorts of industrial products now is dependent on China and other countries.
So let's be more precise. We have 4% unemployment. And the
Thank you. Wait, but this guy's a retard, right? David Sachs? But true, our unemployment is very low.
record low of our lifetimes. And do you think Americans want to?
I don't know anything about David Sachs. Other than I just see a bunch of bad stuff typed about him all the time. So I don't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy. Oh, wait, this guy's Sachs. I'm sorry. This guy's Sachs. This guy's Larry Summer. Who's this guy in the bottom left? Is he like a podcast host guy? I don't know what any of these people look like, okay?
So let's be more precise. We have 4% unemployment at the record low of our lifetimes.
True.
And do you think Americans want to
Co-host Jason,
work in these factories? And if so, which factories? Obviously pharmaceutical.
Thank you. Yes, true. What factory jobs do you think Americans are excited to be a part of? Please inform us.
That's a dependency. Obviously, building ships and weapons, that's a dependency. I think we can all agree on that. And that might be low hundreds of thousands of jobs. Do you believe we should be making Nike sneakers here? Do you believe we should be making jeans here again? What would be the objective measure of success? Like a certain number of jobs, certain number of factories, certain types of factories? Because the other piece that I don't understand, and maybe you can inform me here, Sachs,
help me,
is number one,
help me understand.
Who's going to do this work if we're going to be deporting millions of people? And we have
yes. True. Yes. True. We're deporting all these workers as well. True.
Lowest unemployment of our lifetimes, and we have automation coming to these factories, and Americans don't want to take these jobs historically. How is this all going to work? It seems a bit farcical to me that we're going to bring these things back.
I don't think the millions of Americans who lost their jobs in the heartland because we let China into the WTO, which is something that Larry, I think, supported and championed.
Oh, now we're going to go to a talking point? I'm sorry, are there millions and millions of Americans that are unemployed and they never found work again? Where are these people at? They're not in the U3. They don't show up in the U6. Where are these people at? Hello?
Americans who lost their jobs in the heartland because we let China into the WTO, which is something that Larry, I think, supported and championed.
We're talking about decades ago, though, right?
That's what started this whole
decades
thing.
And,
Okay, I don't think those millions of people want to lose their jobs. So,
so we're going to bring those people back. The people who are 70 years old, 75, are going to come back and work. The textile mills. my body yearns for the clothing manufacturing.
What are you talking about,
Respectfully, David?
You were Treasury Secretary when we walked China into the WTO, and you were just still defending it. I was just watching an interview. Hold on, Larry.
David,
you just did an interview with Neil Ferguson. Wait. Why am I the one who gets to talk for 2 seconds before I get interrupted?
Okay,
you guys get 5 to 10 minutes.
Finish your thoughts. Finish your thoughts for 2 minutes, and then
I get to speak for 2 seconds. Then you interrupt me. You speak for 5 or 10 minutes.
Go right ahead.
Larry, I just saw you do an interview with Neil Ferguson where he asked you, was it a good idea to bring China into the WTO? Was it a good idea to give them permanent normal trade relations status, basically MFN, which is something that Bill Clinton did in 2000, and I admit it was bipartisan. George W. Bush continued it. And you were defending this as a good idea for the country. What was the result of that over the past 25 years? Millions of industrial jobs were lost. They were exported to China. Millions of factories shut down. The United States has a diminished and hollowed out industrial base.
Hollowed out. Can we talk about the other side? Why does nobody ever list the positives? There were negative impacts from this in specified sectors, for sure. We should have done a better job dealing with that. That's true. But now you want to axe all global trade? Like, what? Like, imagine talking to some dude who's like 350 pounds and it's like, what are you doing, dog? Why are you so huge? And it's like, oh, I just, I don't like to ever do anything with my body or my health or whatever. It's like, okay, well, I saw a picture of you 10 years ago and you were shredded. Like, I was like, yeah, but one day I was deadlifting and I tweaked my back a little bit and I hurt myself. It's like, okay, so what, you didn't like rehab or anything? It's like, no, since I injured myself once working out, I decided to abandon all of my dieting and exercising altogether and just become a huge fat slob because fuck it. It's like, okay, well, that's kind of weird. You couldn't have done something to like do like injury prevention or any other no, I dropped all of it. Oh, okay, well, that seems a little short-sighted, but okay.
We certainly can't make the products of the future, like drones or semiconductors. Jason, just to answer your question, yeah, obviously, some industries are more strategic than others. Do I personally care about sneakers or textiles? No, I personally don't. Do I care about semiconductors? Absolutely. Do I care about circuit boards? Do I care about drones? Do I care about robots? Do I care about EVs and cars? Absolutely.
Do you care about AI? Do you care about software? Do you care about any of the largest contributions that the United States has made to the world at all? No? That's cool. Okay. Based.
Those industries, we are no longer in a position. We are no longer in a position as a country to make those products because we exported our entire supply chain and manufacturing base to China. So how is that a good idea, Larry?
Why did we do it? Larry, ask him why we did it. Ask him why he did it and ask him why we don't buy American now. And then ask what we got from it. Please, Larry, you're our guy, dude. You have to. Please, God.
David,
Larry,
I have 3 questions
and then
for you.
Ezra, I'll go back to you and Shimon. Go ahead.
I have 3 questions for you. 1, can you name a single trade barrier that was reduced by the United States associated with China accession? A single restriction that existed in the United States that had not been in place for 5 years before that we removed during China's WTO accession. Can you name one?
I don't think we should have done any of it, Larry. We reopened our markets to China.
The answer is no. And he's not going to have an answer for you, Larry. And I'm glad that you asked it. Ask him one more time so that the audience knows he doesn't know. Ask him.
What restriction
Yes.
Your thesis is that we threw open the market and therefore we exposed ourselves to all of this China thing. And question I'm asking you is, can you name any restriction on Chinese exports to the United States that was in effect in 1999 and was removed by our WTO accession in 2000?
Nope.
Can you name any such restriction? Just name one.
This was a policy that built up over time and was basically made permanent. Hold on, it was made permanent when we walked China to the WTO.
Now we're just gonna talk and yap and yap. He can't. He doesn't have any idea.
And gave them MFN status.
I'm sorry, David. I'll ask the question one more time.
Yeah. Oh, and he did it. I'm just gonna ask the same question again. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, what a clown. We given them MFN status 15 years before. No one. They had MFN status. They had it for 15 years. There was not a single reduction in a barrier to Chinese trade. So the way in which you're describing it is just bears no resemblance to what it was.
Why was it necessary to bring them into the WTO? What was the point of bringing them into the WTO?
The point of bringing them into the WTO was to use the leverage that we had to win a whole variety of concessions that enabled us to
Larry, let's be
export
honest.
more to China.
This is an extraordinary rewriting of history, Larry. This is an extraordinary rewriting of history
here. Larry, let's move forward.
You're denying history. You're denying history.
All right, listen.
This is a bad deal.
Hold on a second. Let's go back to this.
Just a minute. I just want to know the whole argument you are making is
bullshit.
about increased exports to the United States that had bad consequences. And so I'm just going to keep asking you, what barriers that previously existed?
Okay, I'll name them. I'll name them. I'll name them.
Go ahead, Jamal.
Number one. Prior to the WTO, China imposed a bunch of export duties and tax.
Oh, he's reading. He Googled it. Oh, he's bailing this guy out so hard. He Googled and he's reading off his screen right now. Or he asked a fucking Grok AI or whatever.
I'll name them.
Go ahead, Jamal.
Number one. Prior to the WTO, China imposed a bunch of export duties and taxes on a whole bunch of goods to control flow. Okay, that prioritized domestic supply. As part of coming into the WTO, China said, hey, hold on, we'll limit these export duties to only a specific set of products. And then they capped those duties at agreed rates. Number two, they eliminated export quotas. They historically had export quotas to manage the volume of goods. Under that WTO commitment, they agreed to phase out all those quantitative restrictions on exports, except were explicitly justified under WTO. Number three, they removed the export licensing restrictions. Number four, they ended state trading monopolies for exports. Number five, they liberalized foreign trade rights. The point is, people thought
and it's a list thing too. The Grok or the AI always does this, right? Yeah.
That China was going to be a honeypot of economic activity, and it turned out to be a sucking sound, a grand sucking sound of opportunity, where the globalist corporations saw a massive labor arbitrage. So it's fair to
the globalist corporations. Okay, so now corporations are evil. What do we? So, if think about what you're saying. The globalist corporations. Okay, so in that case, stock market tanking and everything should be good, right? Because when we're talking about the stock market and stock, we're talking about corporations. So you do want to destroy the stock market. You do want to destroy American firms. You do want to reduce American firms' impact or footprint on the rest of the world. Just say that then. Own the argument at least.
To say that it was done with the best of intentions, but it was a bad deal, and they got one over on us.
I really want to say that rather than having 30 minutes of debate over something that happened in the 90s, I would like to go back to this question. I keep not hearing.
I will answer your question, Ezra, because that was a great question.
I would like to hear from David, but I'd love yours too.
I never got a chance to.
I think that there's a tendency to just be talking in an anecdotal way.
It's not anecdotal. Okay,
look, we want to move forward.
Presidents announce these policies, and then there's never.
Give me what indices you are going to look for.
Yes.
If in 2 years it is under X, I can come back and we can have a conversation.
Here's some metrics.
Ezra, I'm so sorry.
Here's some metrics for you. Okay, let's go back to Bill Clinton's speech that was given at Johns Hopkins on March 9, 2000.
No, he was asking about David. Forward-looking metrics. What would you think would be successful 2 years from now? Not the history lesson.
Wait, hold on. We haven't finished the debate about China and PNTR, okay?
But my question predated that debate.
Yeah, we're trying to
Listen, you're trying to change the subject. Let's just finish up on this topic.
No, we're trying to move forward. That's all.
We're trying to finish up on this topic, okay?
Okay, we'll let you get the last word.
About this.
Okay, you can have the last word.
So March 9, 2000, Bill Clinton announces PNTR at Johns Hopkins. It's a very famous speech.
Oh, my
2000. You
2000.
can tell us about how it got written. Anyway.
And he said that, so in the year 2000, Bill Clinton and other Democrats said that we were going to do something about China, and we haven't even fucking done anything about fucking China.
Okay. I've never even seen this guy before, David Sachs, but I've heard him referenced a ton. And every time I read anything about him, he sounds like he's a fucking retard. And now I'm glad I can see in a live comment he is a fucking retard. But that's good. Is this another crypto dipshit, or why did he even become popular or famous? David Sachs. What is he? Why is this guy at anything? He co-founded. He's a co-host of this podcast as well. Okay. Angel investments include Facebook, Uber, SpaceX, Palantir Technologies, and Airbnb. President Donald Trump named Sachs the White House AI and crypto czar for the incoming admin. Is that a thing right now? Is that still... Did that actually happen? What does that even mean? Do we have the crypto fund yet? I know he signed an EO for it, but... Okay.
Bill Clinton promises several things. He makes a number of arguments for PNTR. He does not think that this does nothing. Larry, your argument is that Bill Clinton didn't do anything. You're saying that somehow it happened under Reagan or something like that. That's not what Bill.
Do you think the stock market would have crashed so hard had people not continuously told everyone it would ruin America? Yes, of course. Yes, because these are bad things, and every person with a brain can see that they are bad things to destroy the United States' role in global trade.
Clinton was arguing. He said, number one, there'd be huge economic benefits for the U.S. He says, quote, by this agreement, we will increase exports of American products. He means to China. That will create American jobs. Okay, did that happen the way we intended? I don't think so. Number
really? No complementary positions opened up in the United States? Our labor force isn't more productive on average? We don't do end-stage manufacturing more or final stage assembly more of products and goods and services? We don't lead the world in things like software and technology? Software, things that like barely existed when Bill Clinton was even giving the speech? Really?
Is he believes that
have you looked at the data on export flows from the United States to China? It actually did happen at a quite substantial rate.
But with huge trade deficits for the United States.
So?
You're arguing that they did not act in a discriminatory way towards our products? This idea that Americans could just do business in China the way that they could do business here is ridiculous. Anyone who tried to do business over there knows you have to create a JV, you have to get a local partner, give them 51%. It was extraordinarily difficult. We were discriminated against, Larry. It's ridiculous to try and claim that somehow this was an equal relationship, okay? And we imported far more from them than we ever exported to them. So Bill Clinton was wrong about that. Number two, he said that signing PNTR and bringing China to the WTO would promote democracy in China, that we would export one of democracy's most cherished values, economic freedom. Did that happen? I don't think so. He said this would strengthen global trade by ensuring...
Why are we even going over this Bill Clinton speech from 2000?
China adhere to international trade rules, reducing trade barriers, and resolving disputes through WTO. Did that happen? I don't think so. And then he said on national security, he said it would improve our national security to bring China to WTO and help make them rich. He said, quote, if we don't deal with China in this way, we will increase the prospect that they will turn inward. That's not what happened. We helped make China rich. We've exported millions of jobs to them. They built up their economy and their supply chain to the point where now they are a global competitor to the United States. They're a peer competitor. We turned that baby dragon into a Drogon-sized monster that can now challenge us
and
in
United
Asia
States
and across
didn't
the
gain
world.
at all from any of this?
Why in the world we have done
us?
that? Just for national security reasons. That was a very foolish thing to do.
Okay, so Larry, I guess I have to let you maybe self-grade. How did you guys do? Is there any regrets, as Sachs is pointing out there? Obviously, China has not magically become a democracy, but I guess you could argue they do have a middle class now. We haven't gone to war with them, so I guess you could argue that this has been good for relations. But to Sachs's point, they are incredibly powerful and they are our top adversary. How would you grade the history of this so we can move forward?
China was a surging, growing, reforming economy, growing at double-digit rates. That it was before there was any WTO agreement. The WTO agreement did not change a single rule that represented a U.S. restriction on imports from China. It did change a variety of rules, not as far as I would have liked, that let the United States export more to China and that protected United States intellectual property in China and that brought China more closely into the international system. You need a counterfactual for what would have happened if China had been excluded from the World Trade Organization. That counterfactual is not that they would not have sold goods to the United States. That principle had already been crossed 15 years before. Not a single restriction was reduced.
So, but look, anything you would have done differently?
I just don't get. I don't get the whole mindset here. I understand that we should have done more as a country for the Rust Belt and invested in it much more heavily.
Thank you. Yes.
If I was worried about dependence and strategic and all that, the last policy I would have wanted to abolish was the CHIPS Act. That's the largest, boldest thing the United States has ever done to avoid dependence in a national security area.
Great. Let me bring Chamath
The
in.
Trump administration has killed all of that.
Chamath, you heard Ezra's original question and the history here from Larry and David. Looking at, there's some industries that we need strategically, pharma, military, cars. These are fairly obvious. Rare earth minerals are obvious.
Rare earths.
But we also have the lowest unemployment of our lifetimes. And Americans probably don't want to work in factories en masse. What is your take on going forward, some metrics that this administration should, not Sachs is saying this, you're saying it. What would you measure this success as in terms of onshoring and reducing dependencies if, to Ezra's point, 2 years from now, we were to grade it? Give us some specifics here, Chamath.
There is a major issue that the United States has that's much bigger than China, which can be framed in the lens of resiliency and the ability to fend for ourselves.
Oh my God.
There are supply chains.
And again, we're bouncing between all the arguments. And a lot of these arguments are good on their own. But when in conjunction, they are contradictory and you have to resolve those dissonances. If you want to apply tariffs because you think it's important to protect some industry and the protection of that industry is done for national security reasons and not economic reasons, then fine, do it and bite the bullet on the econ argument. This is going to hurt our economy in a way. It's going to cost more to buy this shit, but we think it's essential to manufacture it here because in times of emergency, we don't know if we can rely on China to export us the things we need to create military products if we're going to war with somebody that's a friend with China. So we are going to spend more for it here because we think that's in the interest of our national security. But we're going to take the economic hit for it. But you can't try to live in all these worlds simultaneously. You can't say that well, it's actually not bad for our economy, and it's good for our military, everything else. And like, no, you can't have it all ways.
That have many single points of failure. And independent of whichever country that single point of failure exists, it could be an ally, or it could be a foe, or it could be a frenemy, that creates risk. And I think what we are learning, and David's right, it was really highlighted during COVID, we are not in a position to take care of what we need. So if I had to very precisely answer Ezra's question, I would say that we need to measure and protect 4 critical areas. Everything else, I think we can deal with. Some inefficient.
Like, this is fine, but you're not, nothing that you're talking about right now has anything to do with economics. These are national security reasons. All of these things that you're talking about are going to result in economic hits to the United States, which again is fine, but make that argument, honestly.
Some single points of failure. But the following 4 areas, Ezra, I would say are sacrosanct. Number 1 is all of the technology, both the chips as well as the enabling technology around artificial intelligence.
Travis Lamb, I only keep you in here because I need to have some opposition here, okay? But it's so hard because every MAGA person types the most retarded shit. Destiny, it seems as though it's only bad because of what it did to the stock market. Nobody's saying that. That's a straw man position. It's bad because the stock market is the first thing to notice it, but it's bad because it's going to hurt firms because it's going to make everything cost more. As those costs increase, it's going to mean that they're going to either have to fire people or raise costs on goods to people in the United States of America. If people spend more on those goods, they spend less on other goods. It leads to some firms having to lay people off because they can't afford to hire as many workers. It leads to people spending more on like basic goods and services, which is going to lead them to spending less on other things. And if we're domestically manufacturing it, those places are going to have less customers, so they're going to fire people. And then all of this is going to spiral in an even worse manner because as it's spiraling and the economy is contracting, the United States can't even issue debt to deal with the deficit in a way that we normally would to stimulate us out of any kind of economic recession, because now the United States is undermining its position in global trade as well, meaning that other people aren't going to be as keen to buy debt from us, or they might even start dumping debt from us like they're doing right now, because the United States isn't the bastion of free trade that it used to be, which means that if we issue debt to deal with our deficit, now we're also issuing that at higher interest rates. All of it is bad. So for you to say, like, people think I be mad because of the stock market, that's bullshit. That's retarded. If you read the most retarded critique, then sure. What other option could the U.S. use to get countries to lower their taxes if that country refuses to negotiate? Nobody has refused to negotiate. You're asking about dealing with a hypothetical problem that hasn't existed yet. If you want to renegotiate something, then go and talk to them and start doing trade deals. Welcome to big boy politics. You don't just get to take a sledgehammer and destroy fucking everything because people aren't even acquiescing to demands that you haven't even made. Trump didn't even make any demands of any other countries yet. Like, okay.
It must be a robust, largely American supply chain. It must. You cannot have single points of failure outside the United States, because what you see is even in allied countries, their posture towards things like free speech and other things can ebb and flow. Their posture on trade, their posture on defense. Okay, so that's number 1 can change.
Chips.
Number 2 is energy. We have a critical deficit of electrons in America. We do not have the capability we need to make the energy we need quickly in many ways. We have supply chain issues on nat gas. We have critical supply chains that can be shut off by China around photovoltaics. So whether you believe in coal, whether you believe in nat gas, whether you believe in clean energy, we are in a very
we got to shore that up. Okay, I think we're in agreement. Keep going.
Number 3 there are critical material inputs that drive the material science of the future. Rare earths are an example. Going back to chips, things like gallium, things like phosphorus even. So we have a critical minerals and rare earths and material science input problem. And then the 4th, Ezra, are pharma APIs, so that when American citizens get sick, we have the ability to not just make it, but also design it and manufacture it. Because some of these APIs, the active principal ingredients for many of the drugs, require very convoluted and complicated processes, cold chains, and the like. And again, there, we depend on folks whose view of the United States can change in real time. So if I had to say to you, Ezra, what I would expect is if the United States government, whoever was in charge, would put those 4 things on a board, then detail out all of the key inputs, measure how much we can make ourselves versus import, and then basically try to level that playing field, we would be in a very good place.
A couple things, because I think I probably agree with all of that, and what it sounds like is an excellent argument
for I don't know what I was going to say, but like multilateral trade agreements or something here. But this is not what the Trump admin is doing, right? If those are your concerns, then fine. But the Trump admin is not taking a step anywhere near any of those goals.
We would be in a very good place.
A couple things, because I
then
think
why didn't they lower them when Trump mentioned tariffs in the first place? The tariffs that Trump says exist don't exist. Those aren't real. The tariffs that were on the board aren't real. You know this. Okay, I'm good.
Playing field. We detail out all of the key inputs, measure how much we can make ourselves versus import, and then basically try to level that playing field, we would be in a very good place.
A couple things, because I think I probably agree with all of that, and what it sounds like is an excellent argument for Joe Biden's policies, which were functionally, maybe not the pharmacide.
With the subsidization of important key industries for national defense that are important to the United States, so that we can foster those things here. Yes.
It's literally that. Let's pull out semiconductors and the semiconductor supply chain. Let's pull out energy. Let's pull out a couple of things like that. You know, what was it? A high fence around a small garden is what Jake Sullivan called it. Let's particularly try to restrict the supply chain export of AI critical materials to China. They had a whole set of policies about this.
Yep.
Now, the Trump administration, the thing we are in theory here discussing is an extraordinarily broad-based set of policies. It is tariffs on not just China, it's on Brazil. It's not just on critical industries like Chamath is talking about, but it's on, mangoes and avocados and, lumber from Canada and basically everything else. I guess there's an argument I could sort of extract out of this that the Biden administration believed in what they call friendshoring, which is that you want to create an integrated supply chain of allied countries that we can work with and that we can rely on. And the Trump administration, I think, believes something, depending on who's talking, more like that the entire supply chain needs to be onshored to America specifically. But one of the problems, and the reason I keep trying to push people to be very clear about their arguments and very clear about their metrics,
they're all
is
contradictory.
that I feel like there's this king's cup of what we're trying to achieve here, where one day it's that we're trying to achieve the reindustrialization of the American heartland, and the next we're trying to replace the income tax with tariff income, and then the next we're just using it as all-purpose surplus leverage against any country that does.
Yeah, like why are we bragging about how much money we're making on tariffs when the goal is to not have to get, like, ideally Donald Trump's goal is to never be paid a tariff ever, because we're not importing things anymore. We're just making it here. So your tariff income will disappear, no? Like
anything we don't like. And the next day we're, using it for an entirely third purpose, and maybe we're just going to use it to isolate China, but to bring in our friends. But none of these, you can't do all of these things at once, and it needs to be very stable if you're going to get companies to do these long-term capex investment decisions that take decades to play out. Nobody I know in the markets.
The fact is,
CEOs,
you guys didn't want to change anything. You guys didn't want to.
Oh my God, this guy is like actually fucking retarded. Holy shit.
I wasn't in the Biden administration, number one.
Like, hello, what do you mean they didn't do anything about anything? He literally just mentioned the CHIPS Act. Was the CHIPS Act a bad idea? Was that not taking steps in that direction? He literally named multiple things that Biden had done in his administration to try to move in this direction. But okay,
Ezra and Larry as a team.
I would love to change.
I just want to make sure everybody change all kinds of things. You mean the Democrats didn't want to change it?
Of course. Let's see if we
Larry won't even admit that PNTR did anything.
Can we not keep doing PNTR for a minute?
Let's look forward, not backwards.
Look at the CHIPS Act. Look at the IRA Act.
Yes.
They did the exact things we're talking about.
Larry, go ahead.
Let's see if we can find a little bit of agreement. Please. Here.
Don't.
I agree with Chamath's agenda. I may not agree in every detail, but I broadly agree with Chamath's agenda. And I'll go a little further than that, Ezra. I think Joe Biden's attachment to energy security was kind of selective and heavily oriented to green technologies, not others. I thought canceling the Keystone Pipeline was a clear mistake. I thought
I'd have to look into the Keystone Pipeline stuff more, but my understanding is that project has been dead for a while because of a combination of protests, because of a combination of like stupid environmental, I shouldn't say stupid environmental, I don't know if the environmental regulations were out, but like that Keystone Pipeline has just been kind of like dead for a while, like before even Biden came to office. I would have to look into it more though. But
stopping a variety of things involving liquid natural gas were a clear mistake. So I think the Biden administration's approach to regulation that empowered every NGO with respect to stopping transmission lines, with respect to constructing power plants because of the importance of Democratic constituencies was a mistake. So I think energy security is a central objective of policy, and that there's a lot of room to move beyond what the Biden administration did. I actually believe that very strongly and agree with Chamath and David. What I don't understand is CHIPS, absolutely right. The CHIPS Act was all about making there be an American semiconductor industry with production in the United States as a central priority. The Trump administration has declared war on that. Rare earths, you want to have a strategic petroleum reserve for any rare earth. You want to do more mining in the areas that Chamath says we should in the United States or in friendly countries. I am all for that. Here's what I cannot understand, Chamath.
Therapy has always been such a scary idea to me because I simply did not know where to get started. I didn't know how to find my person.
I don't see how your resilience agenda drives anywhere near Liberation Day and the emphasis on tariffs. It drives towards a set of specific industrial policies, perhaps including tariffs in some particular product areas. But steel from Canada, anything from Lesotho, any natural resource product, across the board tariffs on everything. I think you are absolutely right about resilience, and that traditional conventional economics has given it too little thought, and that COVID pointed that up as a central issue. What I can't understand is why Donald Trump's echoing of Lee Iacocca from the 80s about tariffs is responsive to any of that.
Deals,
but this is the point I'm trying to draw around Biden. I'm not saying I agree with every way the Biden administration defined its objectives. I just read an entire book about the failures of Democratic policymaking in this specific era. What I am saying is the Biden administration's view of trade was that there are targeted industries we should be putting a lot of both domestic policy and international policy into play in order to protect and reshore or friendshore. And the Trump administration's view is that you have a generalized problem running all across the world that requires highly general policies. That then when I ask people to defend it, they sort of move to this targeted argument. Donald Trump's view, I feel like we end up making something that is not that complicated into something much more complex than it is. Since the 80s, Larry's point about Lee Iacocca.
Everyone's been screwing us. He's saying everybody's been screwing us over, everybody's taking advantage of us, and we're finally going to get back at him. That's been Donald Trump's view.
To hold the view that any time the U.S. is operating at a trade deficit with someone else,
we're getting fucked
that
over.
is evidence we are being ripped off. And that is how you get at least the initial set of tariffs here that work off of bilateral trade deficits and try to correct every single one with every single country, be it Lesotho or a collection of islands inhabited by penguins. I think it's really important to be connected to the policy that was actually announced and not sort of projecting all of our own onto it.
Yes, because everybody does this. Donald Trump is an empty vessel that you can protect. You can project anything you want onto what he's doing or why he's doing. Any motivation, you can do whatever you want. It's bullshit.
Yes, Larry's right that you could have a different set of critical industries than Biden did. The Biden team was very focused on clean energy over other kinds of energy. I also did not agree with like the liquid gas pause. I thought there was some, and we did not do nearly enough on things like permitting reform, right? There's a lot you could have done that they didn't do. But if what you have in your head is a targeted idea of reshoring specific industries or nearshoring or friendshoring or whatever, which is kind of what I'm hearing from a number of people on this call, then it seems like you would want targeted policies. And what we have is not targeted policies. It's broad-based policies, a 90-day pause on larger broad-based policies, and a huge trade war with China.
I would like to hear a defense from somebody.
I'll give it to you.
Ezra and I agree, specific policies. I'd like somebody to explain to me why it's a remotely sensible theory to say that the United States is being exploited by any country where the overall pattern of trade is such that we are running a trade deficit. And maybe in the process, you could explain to me why my grocery store is exploiting me. Because
Basic econ questions. Here we go. Thank you. Yes. Can we do some high school economics? Hell the fuck yes. Please, basic questions.
Running a massive trade deficit with that.
Okay, trade deficit. Chamath or Sachs, who wants to take it?
I can start, then maybe Sachs can. So let me actually start by giving some credit to where Biden did do a few things, right? Just in the spirit of finding some common ground. Inside the IRA, I think that there were two things, and I've said this pretty repeatedly, but I just want to put it on the record again. The ITC credits and the ITC transfer markets for those credits, the tax equity markets, are critical industries in America to support private investment in all kinds of very complicated markets, energy markets being the most important. And what the Biden administration did, to their credit, was remove the uncertainty, because those things had to be renewed over and over again, and they gave us a very long window where we could underwrite investments. To your point, Ezra, that was smart. But it's important to also remember that in order to get Biden's budget done, what they did was they had Manchin roll over on permitting reform. And Ezra, you know this probably better than all of us. When you look inside of the CHIPS Act, as smart as that initial policy was, if you ask, why has nothing actually happened? Why have no fabs actually been built other than grandiose statements? The answer is that, which you speak to in your book. It's just this complete malaise and inability to actually get these things permitted and turned on, even when it's right. So I just want to acknowledge that that's there. So Larry, very, very importantly to your question, the thing that we have to acknowledge is that in certain countries, what you have is a very blurry line between private and public industry. And they have this very tight coupling. And again, I hate to go back to China, but it is the best example of this, where what do they have?
I wish that and this is what's so frustrating to me. So if you want to have criticisms of how the CHIPS Act turned out or whatever, these are fine statements. Everything he's making right now is a fine statement. But it's such a nuanced view of trade now. But then when Donald Trump is being spoken about, well, here's why global tariffs on everything will fix everything. Like, where is this level of nuance when we're talking about what Donald Trump is currently doing? Why is this absent?
One other country, just for the sake of it.
We can use Korea, we can use Japan, we can use Germany, okay? There are instances where the government balance sheets support private industry. They can support them in three different ways. Number one is tax credits that they can use, the subsidies that they can use to build the things that they need. Number two is how then they can support that in the active selling and engagement in public spot markets to shape the demand curve of the things that are made. And then number three is the taxation on the back end, the terms of repayment and the capital cycle. Those are things that in the United States, we overwhelmingly turn the responsibility over to the private markets to do. We are the cleanest, the purest form of capitalism in that sense. But many other countries are shades of this. And again, let's not talk about China, which is a thing. So Larry, hold on a second. So Larry, so what you have is, how do you defend dumping? How do you defend that? How do you defend spot market manipulation that drives American companies out of business? How do you fight that? And I think...
Do you fight it with global tariffs?
Rob, if President Trump had announced a big...
And this is always the answer. Please, I hope this goes one level deeper. Because Larry's just going to say, if President Trump had announced a targeted tariff plan or a targeted plan to force these countries to bend in these particular ways, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. But he didn't do that.
Broadening of anti-dumping law to confront a variety of instances of what the administration, after careful economic analysis, saw as inappropriate subsidy. I might or might not have thought that they were doing that in the right way.
Sure.
But we wouldn't be having this argument.
Yes! True! That's not what he's doing, though. Everything you just said, that's great. How the fuck do tariffs on Canada or the EU help us with that, right? Please go one level deeper on this. Please make them answer this. Chamath is going to pass it over to Sachs, and Sachs is going to fucking yap on some retarded shit next. Please.
The front pages would not be about tariff policy day after day, and the stock market would not be down by $5 trillion. The central thing we are discussing is not whether there are sensible modifications to trade policy to respond to bad practices in other countries or to promote resilience. Those are technical debates that, frankly, aren't that interesting to a large number of people. The question is whether declaring that we need a whole new era of U.S. economic policy around universal tariffs against everything is a rational step forward, or using bilateral trade surpluses as a judge.
Now we're talking about the Monte Carlo simulation of how to achieve the outcome. And what I am saying is, there is, just as much as you and I want to guess, the fundamental and honest answer is none of us know. The people in the White House, what they know, they will share a little bit at a time. Because the reality is, if you, what you want...
Are you fucking serious? We're gonna go with the Trump traitors in the White House, the traitors, not traitors, that these guys are like magical econ wizards, that they have access to some super secret piece of information that just none of us are privy to, that none of us could possibly fathom. They're working on a level that's just unfathomable compared to our puny human minds. Really?
Wanted was a white paper, or if what you wanted was paint by numbers, I think back to David's point, all that would do is just take any leverage that they had and give people the opportunity to shape their response. And I think in traditional...
But that's what we want. We want people to shape their response, don't we? If we're saying that these are the horrible fucking things that we want other countries not to do, and that's why we're going to tariff them, okay, well then, if they know what they shouldn't be doing, don't we want them to shape their responses around that? Isn't that good?
No game theory. And again, in traditional game theory, I think the right thing to do is when you're playing poker, you play street by street. What's the flop? Make a set of actions. What's the turn? Make a set of actions. What's the river? Make a set of actions. And I think if you're going to play to win, this is what they should do. Keep their cards very, very close to the vest. Realize that you can't necessarily...
What was that poker analogy? You play street by street? What does that even fucking mean? Wait, what? The turn and the river are considered two streets, right? The next street is the turn of the river, but you don't play street by... I mean, you make bets street by street, but you're incorporating all the information and you're thinking to the river and the showdown for the entirety of a hand of poker. I don't know what the fuck that analogy was, but okay.
Surgically go and attack the lithium market first, then the rare earth market second, because it all goes back to the same balance sheet. It's the same actor over and over.
I think there's a useful analogy to draw here. I think a lot about an article Mark Danner wrote in the New York Review of Books many years ago about the Iraq War. And it's an article that has stuck in my mind forever, because what he says about it is that one of the difficulties of the politics of the Iraq War is there was no one war. There was everybody's private war that they were projecting on to the Bush administration. You have the liberal humanitarian vision of why we were going to war and what that war would look like. You had a realist vision for it. You had a vision that was more about weapons of mass destruction and keeping the homeland safe from terrorism. You had people believe there was an Iraq-Al-Qaeda connection. There were really dozens of these, which is how you got as broad a coalition behind as bad a policy as that together, because everybody said, you know, they're being a little bit vague about what's really going on here and why we're really doing this. But I bet you, if you go into their heart of hearts, what they want is the thing I want, even though the policy doesn't quite match what policy you would get from starting from my premises. And that's really what I hear here. I hear it on this show, but I hear it in general in the discussion around this, that there are a lot of different objectives being projected onto Donald Trump and his trade war. The objectives do not fit the policies we're seeing. The objectives are not stably articulated by Donald Trump or the people around him, nor is any specific objective being articulated in a stable way without contradicting objectives also being articulated at the same time. And look, maybe in the end, and this is why I want to push you all on metrics, you get something you like out of this. But you're giving away a lot of clarity just on the trust that what is happening is people are keeping a good hand of cards with a good strategy of poker hidden from you. As opposed to what's happening is what we seem to be seeing in public, which is Donald Trump is a chaotic and erratic person. They are making policy in a chaotic and erratic way. That policy is having chaotic and erratic consequences, and then they are operating and moving on the fly in chaotic and erratic fashion.
Sachs, you heard Ezra say that he feels this administration is being a bit chaotic in the approach here. What's the counter to that? You heard Shamat say, hey, this is a really thoughtful. They're holding their cards close to the chest. Maybe you could clarify what your position is. Is this too chaotic, or is this crazy?
What I'm hearing is a bunch of process objections to Trump's policy, and I'm hearing a bunch of nitpicking. What about Lesotho or whatever? Okay, look, this is a very unrealistic view of politics. When we've had a bipartisan consensus.
This guy's retarded, dude. This David Sachs who said this guy's just a fucking retard. That's all he is. He's just a dipshit.
In Washington for decades, that unfettered free trade is a good thing, no matter how big our trade deficits got, no matter how rich and powerful China got, no matter how unfair the trade practices got, no matter how many millions of our jobs and factories got exported overseas. This has been the bipartisan consensus in Washington. And Larry, you're right that it started before the Clinton administration, and the George W. Bush administration definitely accelerated it. But there has absolutely been a bipartisan consensus in Washington that this sort of unfettered free trade policy was good for the country. Now, how do you change that? Now, look, you can nitpick this, and you can make all the process objections you want, but Donald Trump has changed the conversation.
Let me finish. You keep saying I've offered a process objection, but I'm objecting to the absence of clear goals.
Ezra, you were pointing to Donald Trump's views when he was a public figure in the 1980s and 1990s on trade as somehow he was wrong. He was not wrong. He was one of the few people, one of the few public figures in America who was right about this. I think most people today would say he was right about this, that throwing open our markets to these foreign products without thinking about the consequences was a mistake.
You guys have me completely confused. Really, you do.
No, I'm confused about the incoherence of your position, Larry.
David,
you still believe that the Clinton administration, let's call it a bipartisan consensus of that era, was correct, while at the same time you're arguing that PNTR didn't do anything.
I think it is really telling that you are so much more loath to defend what we are seeing than to attack what has been. If you want to, it's fine. Like, I guess you could have, it would be interesting to have you and,
to me, they're the same thing.
If you'd be interested to have you and Larry go 12 rounds on the Clinton era. But, you know, when I say to you, listen, there is not a stable set of objectives that fit the policy here.
Can I answer
you say
that?
that's a process?
I just would like somebody to
defend the thing they keep actually doing.
I would like somebody to explain to me here. I understood Chamath. Chamath, resilient.
Also, process objection, when people say stuff like that in policy debate, that's the same type of fallacy of when I'm arguing with people and they're like, I don't want to get in the weeds. That's like a shortcut for, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I just kind of want to talk in these very broad conceptual terms because that's kind of like more fun and cool. But I don't actually have any fucking clue like what's going on here. Process is paramount. You don't have actual things without process. A really good example of that we've seen recently in the United States has to do with the deportation of people without due process. Without due process, you have no other rights. Okay, your rights exist on paper. They don't mean anything without due process. If you deprive people of processes or ways to enact things, like a process is a way to get to your end point. You can't just say, oh, you need to have a process issue. Well, one, Ezra wasn't just complaining about process issues. He was complaining about the actual policy aims and goals that seem to be different from the Trump admin or change every day. But two, the process is important.
Central, 4 sectors. Are we more resilient in the 4 sectors? What's the answer 2 years from now? I got that. I agree. All that. I cannot make any linkage between a 10% across the board tariff, a tariff on steel, a tariff on automobiles, and much of what the rest of the president says. And you were very valid.
What the fuck is that?
I hear David.
I can
give
do that.
this. Free trade has destroyed America, and we're going to undo that. And eviscerated the heartland, all this stuff. And I just want to understand how we'll know whether we have fixed it.
Okay, look, well, I can answer this too.
Go ahead, David.
All right, look, Larry and Ezra, welcome to a political coalition. Different people have different objectives, just like different people had different objectives for the policy that we had in place 25 years ago, okay? There are some people who think that we should have an across-the-board 10% tariff to raise revenue because the country needs revenue, and that would be a better way to raise revenue than to, say, have income taxes or capital gains taxes. Stan Druckenmiller, who's not a fan of tariffs, nonetheless said that he would support a 10% tariff, no more than 10, but up to 10, as a way to raise revenue, okay? That's his point of view. There are other people, and I would say I'm more someone who thinks about the geopolitical consequences of this, who think it was a huge mistake to throw open our markets to Chinese products, basically feeding their economy to the point where they could become a pure competitor of the United States and threaten the U.S. world order. Hold on, there's different people with different objectives.
One more time, because you are just not speaking truth.
How am I not
I want to know one restriction that the United States had on Chinese products.
He's never going to answer
that was
this.
changed in the year 2000. You said 7 times, throw open our market to Chinese products. I want to know one example in which the United States opened its market in 1999 or 2000. Just one.
The point of PNTR. Well,
can you name one product where restrictions were reduced?
Okay, David, name it.
Listen, you're mischaracterizing what PNTR did. We can play this like a grok game if you want. People can go ahead and grok this question, and they'll get this answer. Look, the answer is that before PNTR, China was granted MFN on a year-by-year basis by Congress.
This AI shit, I mean, it's not new with AI. I guess it's anything. I don't even know what the analogy would be. Like using Dreamweaver to pretend that you're like a web designer, like you can do real, like it's just what did I see yesterday? Do you remember Billy Crystal, the guy who apparently faked his YouTube or his I don't know, some gaming speedrun things, and he sued the one dude who Carl Jobst. And Carl lost because it wasn't about the faking of the records. It was about him blaming the dude for some guy committing suicide and lying about shit there. Where did he say? Hold on. Wait, fuck. I just saw this thread today. No. Oh, was it Billy Mitchell? Not Crystal? Whatever the fuck his name was. Billy Crystal's the guy in the Bulwark. You mean Billy Mitchell? My bad. I saw a screenshot from Carl Jobst in his Discord, and he was saying, we fed all the information into like Grok or ChatGPT or some shit, and they said that there's no possible way we should have ever lost that court case. Like, bro, kill me. Are you fucking serious? Oh, this? Okay, so here is what is interesting. We fed all the court transcripts into AI. It said there is no scenario where I lose, LOL. It said even if Billy wins, the damages will be nominal, and he will have to pay my costs.
Kill me, dude.
Correct? PNTR made it permanent. What does that do? It created a permanent new framework for trade relations between the United States and China. So it created permanence and it created a certain expectation. What did that enable? Massive investment by U.S. companies in China. So all the bean counters from McKinsey started talking about outsourcing and just-in-time manufacturing. They started moving the factories over there in a much greater way. You know, the Mitt Romneys and private equity. Hold on a second, let me finish. The Mitt Romneys and private equity said, this is a great idea. Let's move all of our manufacturing.
Could we agree that whether or not it was the WTO?
Hold on, the bankers on Wall Street got to financialize and securitize all sorts of new products, okay?
Oh, God.
That was the result of PNTR.
The thing we have to decide really right now as a country is if the thing that you all are trying to replace us with is better, right? If it will work. And so I want to go back to what you said a minute ago, David. When you're like, welcome to political coalitions. Larry has been in politics a long time. He was Treasury Secretary. I've covered politics for a long time. I'm familiar with political coalitions. In fact, a lot of my book is currently about the problems in the way the Democratic coalition, with too many objectives all at once, can end up destroying the ability of the policy to actually achieve a clear goal. So this is precisely the non-procedural objection I am bringing here. This is why I think it is dangerous to be treating an upheaval of the entire global financial system without a clearly defined objective that is connected to a policy. And so the question is, if the idea is that there are all these different players here who have all these different policy objectives that would connect to all these different policies and everybody's getting a little bit of them and Trump is kind of flipping back and forth through different versions of them, you could end up, despite, yes, whatever mistakes were made in the free trade consensus, which I do agree that we had, you could end up with a bad next, not even consensus, just a bad next policy. An unclear coalition that is fighting with itself and is making policy without a strong process can create not like nitpicky procedural problems, but actual damage and disasters.
Chamath, let's try to look forward here. This obviously has been a cataclysmic, chaotic, intense, whatever descriptor you want to use of the past week.
Productive.
Okay, sure.
Good one.
And it certainly created massive swings in the market. Is this all going to cause a recession? Is this too violent of an approach to markets? That is, I think, a valid criticism that people have, including, the majority of business leaders are saying, hey, I think I have to start layoffs. You had United Airlines say, we're not going to give any guidance. This feels to business leaders, Republican business leaders primarily, and market participants as just far too chaotic, and they can't plan. And if they can't plan, then they stop planning, which then is going to cause layoffs. It's going to cause bankruptcies. And who knows what the second and third order consequences are going to be. So what's going to happen here over the next couple of weeks and months?
So just on the recession question, and I'd like to give an answer to Ezra and Larry. I think that, and I've said this for about a year, it was clear to me that we were sneakily in a recession before. And the reason was the vast amounts of money and deficits that were being pumped into government services that perverted the actual GDP picture.
Oh, in this one.
So as Doge sort of slows down that money flow, and as...
You lying fuck. Did this podcast, was it recorded by the time Elon mentioned $150 billion in savings? And then that other, was it a cabinet guy that came out and said maybe it's $50 billion in savings? Please, God, I hope that announcement was before here.
As the consensus in Congress gets to a better budget, I think that you're going to see that the government was probably responsible for 100 to 150 basis points of just waste. And if you take that out, you will technically be in a recession. That was independent of these tariffs. And I think that that's where the true economy, Jason, was. And I think that we're going to just find that out. So that's that. On where we go from here, I can give you an anecdote and I'll give you a projection. The anecdote is this weekend. My wife and I were in bed and a person called me, very successful businessman who was representing the president of a country, saying, hey, Chamath, I need some advice. What do we do here? And we walked through the three things that he and his government, that their government, were trying to figure out because they wanted an off-ramp. They were like, I'm ready to cry uncle. We're ready to tap out. And again, he was calling me as a private citizen, but I think this conversation was very instructive. Number one, he's like, look, we have these really high tariffs on inbound American products. We're happy to cut these things to zero. And I said, well, you should do that. Second, while we were exploring, he's like, yeah, we have an enormous capital purchase with Airbus. I said, cancel it. Swap it to Boeing. He's like, done. And then the third, which was interesting, is he's like, we need to import an enormous amount of energy. And I said, well, who do you give that concession to right now? And it was a non-American company. And I said, well, why wouldn't you just RFP that to an American business and let them compete? And he's like, we'd be open to that as well. So he said, we're getting prepared. We want to find a way to talk to the Trump administration. And I'm like, great. However I can be helpful, I'll be helpful to you. I got off the phone. I looked at my wife and I said, if even 30 of these 75 countries do a deal anywhere remotely close to this, this was an enormous win. So let me give you my projection, Jason, of what the art of the deal could be here. What you do is you can rewrite Bretton Woods 2.0. What was Bretton Woods 1.0? It was fixing exchange rates. It was setting up the IMF. It was setting up the World Bank. Those were the conditions on the ground post-World War II. It made a lot of sense. What would we do if we had to write the Mar-a-Lago Accords right now? I think what we would do is work backwards from the question that Ezra asked and the answer that I gave. How do we create resiliency in these critical markets? Number one, a framework for that. Number two is how do we create limits for government-sponsored intervention against capital for-profit companies, many of whom are American, so that we can actually compete on a level playing field. And then number three, very simply, if you can do business in my country, why can I not do business in yours? And I'll just give you that story for 1 second. I was responsible. I was the head of every single entity of Facebook outside of the United States. I opened every market. My team and I created a framework for dominating. We figured out how to crack Brazil, India, Russia. The one market that we never could ever make a single iota of progress?
China.
Say it, Jason, with me.
Well, China, Russia,
no,
Iran.
wrong. We won in Russia. So my point is, in every single market except one, is it that we were just lucky in 174 markets and one we were stupid? No. So I think that the Mar-a-Lago Accords, this sort of Bretton Woods 2.0, is the outcome, Ezra. It will basically use tariffs as a way to get these governments to a table and allow us to negotiate a much fairer economic quid pro quo.
Here's my concern with this theory. I want to leave out, I'll leave the sort of question of what the real economy looked like to Larry. This world, in which what is happening is a business leader who represents the country is calling you and saying, okay, what do we need to do to deal, right? They're coming to Donald Trump, and they are going to come to Donald Trump. As Larry said earlier, there's no doubt that the U.S. economic leverage is enormous, and virtually every country faced with our might is going to try to cut a deal with us. But then there's a call they're not making to you, that they're making to someone else, which is we have allowed, or we have approached the U.S. as a functionally benign partner for a very long time. And now they're becoming a dangerous partner. They are very, very strong, and they will use that strength to crush countries smaller than them when it suits the whims of a personalist regime run by a person who...
MAGA has all things at once. They can do no wrong. It's always someone else's fault. Are we on the brink of a recession? Guess what? We were already in a recession. Checkmate. Yeah, but they'd never say that for like 2022 to 2023 when the world economy was slumping after the war in Ukraine started and everything, right? That wasn't like the market's correcting, or that wasn't like a hidden recession just coming out to be like, it's all bullshit.
His feelings even about people that the U.S. or countries the U.S. traditionally considered allies like Canada or much of Europe change. And so, yes, on the one hand, for the next year or two, we want to avoid getting a big tariff slapped on us. And so we got to figure out what is it that if we offer it to Donald Trump, he will say to himself, that was enough of a give that, you know, I can move on to someone else. I can make them the focus of my ire. And on the other hand, they're going to begin to build fortresses and deals and partnerships and approaches that make sure they're less exposed to our ability to wield this power against them in the future.
Yep.
But before I came on the show, I had gone on X and I saw a clip of you going around where you're saying that one of the problems with the Biden administration was that you couldn't get anybody on the phone. And the Trump administration, you make the call, the deputy chief of staff picks up, you say, hey, I need you to talk to this company. I work with them. They're freaking out about the tariffs. The deputy chief of staff tells the company, they work something out.
No, not that they work something out. They listen.
They listen. This world in which we are doing the deal making by individual relationships, by who can get their calls answered, not by rules that feel clear and stable.
That's how the Biden administration works, Ezra.
That's not what Chamath said.
And that's not what I said.
Well, Chamath, no, Ezra, you're trying to make it sound like corruption.
Hold on.
Didn't
you just say on? Well, I was very, very critical of Biden.
I saw that clip, Ezra, and what Chamath said. Hold on, what Chamath said is simply that the White House listens when he calls, whereas he couldn't get his calls returned by the Obama administration.
Great. I think we're actually not saying something all that.
No, you made it sound like corruption.
He's so mad. This is the call they're referring to, by the way.
This is one thing I'll tell you about the Trump administration, which is totally different. Okay, I was a lifelong Democrat. Okay, I was a mega donor to the Democrats. You know, like dinner with Obama level donor. Okay, I couldn't get a fucking phone call returned from the White House to save my life. The only thing that happened to me was I made an off-color comment about like something in China. And I had the Biden administration like basically say something, like essentially put out a press release, basically saying I was like, you know, mean. That's all I got for millions of dollars. That, you know what I mean? Like,
for being honest.
I mean, I was like, hey man, there's like a lot of problems in America. Like, you know, talk to me about the fentanyl crisis before we talk about everything else. Anyways, the Trump administration is totally different. There's not a single person there you can't get on the phone and talk to. I'll give you an example of this. A friend of mine's company was really impacted with these tariffs in a bad way, okay? This is like a really amazing, legitimate American business, 150-year-old business, family-owned, all this stuff. And I was able to call the deputy chief of staff and I said, hey, can you talk to the CEO? And just so he...
Just, by the way, what he's describing right now is just open, wanton corruption. That's what that is, right? I had a business, it was going to be negatively impacted, but I was able to make a phone call, and because I am a mega multi-million-dollar donor or whatever, they were able to fix my friend's business up real nice for me. Right? This is like a racket.
You're on the ground. He's like instantly putting me on the phone. You know, my wife runs a pharmaceutical business, and, you know, we wanted to make sure that the administration understood like all the implications for rare diseases and orphan drugs. What happens if these tariffs like cripple the R&D budgets? Because there's 30 million Americans with rare diseases. Rare disease means it's not like diabetes or cancer. Yeah. It's like 200,000 people or less. But there's 30 million of these Americans. 2/3 are kids. And the only companies that work on such small markets are these small biotech companies. And the tariffs create a lot of uncertainty. We were able to talk to all of them. They were like, explain the issue. I want to understand it. So this is what's also totally different, which I really give them a lot of respect. They are willing to debate it with you. You can pick up the phone and talk to these people. I've never had that experience, guys. I mean, look, I was like a senior person at Facebook, could never get a meeting. I only met Obama once when he came to the thing. Then when I was running an investment fund, successful, I had dinner with Obama, but it was, under the purposes of, should I donate to the foundation? I've donated millions of dollars to Democrats. I've never been to the Oval. Okay? But the minute it's like here, it's like, hey, come to the White House, explain these issues now. You get on a plane, you get over there, and they're like, explain it. And then they'll debate it. That's like, it's totally different.
Sorry, devil's advocate. Should being a mega donor, I mean, I guess I get your point of view, but couldn't it also just be like, no, we're not going to be biased just because a person donated money. We're not going to just answer the phone whenever he calls.
You think I was like, stupid 5 years ago and all of a sudden tried to like start to build national champions like now?
Yeah.
Dude, man, I've been in the grind for 25 years here, paying my taxes. I've paid, more than most people.
Yeah. So irrespective of the donation,
I've been trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to favor myself. It's like, even just to explain, like, here's what's happening on the ground. Do you want to know?
I wasn't asking for favors for my friends. Okay. I was just trying to clue them in on what was going on, dude.
Well, I actually do think what Trump is working through is deal by deal patronage based on how he sees the company. I'm sorry, the other country.
That's not what happened.
That's literally what happened. That's definitionally, that is exactly what you described verbatim.
Sir, can I just make sure that this is clear to you? This is a 150-year-old American business. I have no interest in that company except a friendship.
Why couldn't they go themselves then? If they're such an important American business, why couldn't they go themselves?
These are Americans hiring Americans trying to compete with China who were very negatively affected. And all I said was, why don't you have a chance to explain what's happening on the ground? My point that I was trying to make, and maybe I didn't make it clear enough, so let me set the record straight. The Trump administration, what I have seen as a businessman, is willing to hear the conditions on the ground. As a businessman, when I was building, Ezra, just to be clear, critical rare earth supplies for America under the Biden administration, battery can materials to compete with China under the Biden administration, AI chips to be the best inference solution under the Biden administration, I couldn't get a call back. That's just the facts. Not because I wanted anything, just to tell them what was going on.
So fair enough.
That's insane.
Okay, fair enough.
It's not fair
I am not telling you that the Biden administration should never return your calls. What I am saying is that the degree to which Trump first, and then everybody around him as an example of him, because culture comes from the top, is working off this kind of individual call and deal making worries me, because I believe that you had every one of these calls you're saying, and they went exactly the way you say they went. And then the calls that you are not getting, and they
2
are,
minutes ago, Ezra, you were saying that a 10% across the board tariff was too broad, and we need to go industry by industry. And now you're saying that it's going to be too particular, and he shouldn't do country by country negotiations.
The word deal.
There is a different. Oh my god, dude! Wow. Okay, this David Sachs guy is a fucking retard. Is this one of the guys that all the crypto bros cite as being an intelligent dude? Like, hey, I don't think putting tariffs across the entire fucking market in every industry is a good idea. Okay, fine. Also, I don't think it's good that like individuals can go and petition the government for tariff relief. Interesting. So you don't like broad tariffs, but you don't like it when individuals can get the government to give them individual reprieve? What do you want then? How about sector-specific tariffs? Is that there's no middle ground there? It's either open corruption or the sledgehammering to the entire American global trade?
Deal making, listening to people. Listening to people is not deal making, Ezra. It's just listening to people.
Are you really going to be here and tell me that the way Trump himself works is not individual deal making with countries, with people, with Eric Adams? Is this really the argument here?
I will tell you what I've seen, and David's seen much more. What I have seen from the president is he takes in hundreds of opinions and starts to figure out what the ground truth is. And the reason is when you only listen to one or two, every president probably deals with this, you have this information asymmetry problem because you are the president of the United States. And so how do you cut through it? You talk to hundreds and hundreds of people and you triangulate what the truth is. So
yeah. Who was triangulating our current tariffs? Where did that come from?
It's not like he's giving any favor. He's collecting information. That is a good process. You want the most powerful person in the world to get to the ground truth.
Go ahead, Larry.
I am all for information gathering. I agree that the Biden administration did not do as good a job as it could have of maintaining relations with the business community. I agree that it's a good idea for there to be quite extensive connection. I am also appalled by the half dozen phone calls I have gotten from prominent people in business who have said, I'm used to being shaken down when I try to do business in some parts of the world. It's a new experience to be shaken down by representatives of the president of the United States.
What's the shakedown?
And when you have
Fuck you. What a fucking moron, dude. God, I hate these fucking people. Ugh.
close connections, you help us, you contribute this way, you
That
do
makes no
this.
sense at all.
Makes no sense,
What
Larry.
the president has been
Maybe
trying
it
to
is an
do is
erroneous
encourage
Give me that strength.
Maybe it, is
domestic
an,
investment.
maybe it is an erroneous perception to which I have been exposed repeatedly. but
Total nonsense.
But it is a pervasive.
Total nonsense.
You guys are very confident that your anecdotes are true and everybody else's aren't.
Yeah.
It is a perception that is shared by almost everyone who has experience in the conflict of interest area, who has looked at the situation of Trump administration officials and those working as special government employees in the Trump administration.
What are you saying? Because I just went through that whole process, Larry.
It
What
may
does that
all
mean?
be false, but
I can speak to this because I just went through this process. It took forever. It took like months. Okay. I went through the same process everyone else goes through. The OGE career staff have to go through all of your disclosures, and they figure out what the conflicts are, and then you have to divest them. Okay, it's the same process everyone goes through. So you're all over the place making all sorts of accusations here. So if you have some proof or you want to accuse someone, then why don't you just do it? But otherwise, what you're saying is just not true. It's not backed up by anything.
Get ready to work 2,000 miles from home. Grab travel insurance to keep things cool and book a rental with the hottest view. Check in with your coworkers, check email by the pool, then log off and check out the neighborhood. And get a new view of working from home, away from home.
It's time for you to get your reading superpowered. So stop straining your eyes and start listening instead.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job. Emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, I use a free Google Chrome extension called Speechify. It's like the voice of the internet. I get a play button everywhere. So if I click play on email, it reads. If I click play on a PDF, it reads. If I have physical books, I take a picture, it reads.
Speechify can read to you in the highest quality digital voices available anywhere.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that could change your life forever. Or you're proofreading your thesis one last time before you submit it to make sure there aren't any errors. No matter what you have to read, we could all use a second pair of eyes to help us retain information and put our best foot forward. Enter Speechify, a reading assistant powered by artificial intelligence and deep learning, and designed consciously.
It's been 2 weeks since Liberation Day, and we're in a full-blown trade war with China. With tariffs now at 145%, which means the trade war has officially moved from shower to grower. And some people are concerned about this trade war because they want the economy to be good or something. But you know what? Trump is not stressing about it.
Yesterday, the White House press secretary reading a statement she said President Trump dictated.
China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference between China and any other country except they are much larger.
Yeah, that's kind of a big difference, though. It's like saying, why should I be scared to fight The Rock? He's just like any other person except much larger. Yeah, that's the scary part. But I guess Trump's people must be confident that they can push China around because they're not just throwing around tariffs, they're throwing some shade.
Vice President J.D. Vance is caught in a firestorm of his own making, calling the Chinese peasants.
To make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. That is not a recipe for economic prosperity.
Oh, shit! He's really calling Chinese people peasants. Nobody likes to be called a peasant. Even legit peasants are actually, I consider myself more of an agricultural entrepreneur. But yeah, J.D. Vance called the Chinese peasants a couple weeks ago, and now that the news finally got to their villages by donkey cart, they are pissed.
Tonight we are seeing China trading insults with the Vice President J.D. Vance in the latest knock against President Trump's trade war.
让美国那些乡巴佬们在中华民族5000年文明面前哀鸣吧。
That went so hard. Oh no, are we the Drake in this beef? Are we the certified peasants? At the same time, though, saying your 5,000-year-old civilization doesn't intimidate Americans because half the people here don't even think the Earth is that old. Also, let's just be real, okay? There's no way Americans are the peasants here. Do peasants have medical debt? Didn't think so. Checkmate, China. But it's not just Chinese officials who are mad. China has extremely online losers, just like our peasants, and they're mad too.
On China's tightly controlled internet, government censors are allowing Vance's interview to go viral, amplifying the outrage, igniting anger and sarcasm. Look, this is their true face, arrogant and rude as always. We may be peasants, but we have the world's best high-speed rail, the most powerful logistics, and leading AI and drone technologies. Aren't such peasants quite impressive? One hashtag about the Chinese peasants remark shot to the top of China's Twitter-like platform Weibo.
Whoa. Wait, is that Michael Costa? How did the third whitest host of The Daily Show go viral in China before the Asian one? That's f***ed up. That's the same triangle and everything. Wait, is China watching this? Oh, okay. Well, hey, thanks for watching this. Hi, 中国的朋友们，我不相信我现在说的话，我只是在诈 Paramount 的钱，感谢你们盗用这个视频。I was just talking tough to China. But words are not China's only weapon in this trade war. They're also using, trade.
China's retaliation now includes suspending exports of rare earth minerals and magnets to the United States. Those materials are essential to a number of American industries, including car makers, aerospace manufacturers, and semiconductor producers.
China produces 90% of the world's rare earth minerals.
Okay, so rare earth metals are critical. Well, maybe we should have thought that before we launched a trade war against a country that had them all. I mean, where are we going to get our gadolinium now, huh? We're going to buy Congolese gadolinium? That shit's mid. Well, what else are they hitting us with?
China has reportedly told Chinese airlines to stop buying parts from American companies, and it says it will no longer accept deliveries of Boeing jets.
Oh, come on, you're not going to accept our Boeing jets? Well, good luck finding another plane with self-crashing technology. Is there anything else?
China could strike back in other ways, like urging Chinese students to study elsewhere, telling travel agents to steer tour groups away from U.S. cities.
Oh no, if Chinese students stop coming to the U.S., who are Americans going to lose their spots to? Indians? Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, actually, yes. But look, Americans have to stay strong, okay? I don't want to hear any whining. Oh no, China's not buying our made in America products. Well, suck it up, patriots. Certain industries are just going to have to suffer, and that's how it is, because this is war.
China announced they're restricting imports of Hollywood movies to their country.
Okay, f that. This war has gone too far. Some of our finest, most likable Chinese Malaysian actors have built a career in Asian-themed movies that depend on the Chinese market, all right? It's called Crazy Rich Asians, not crazy just getting by Asians. And don't forget, this affects you too, China. If you ban American movies, how will you ever find out the ending to all these remakes of movies from decades ago? But as drastic as some of these trade policies are, they're nothing compared to the awesome power of Chinese propaganda. And luckily for China, we all have a Chinese propaganda app on our phones.
They're the videos seen by millions of Americans. TikTokers claiming to work at Chinese factories that make high-end products and offering to sell them directly to Americans for much, much cheaper.
Products like Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton.
Do you like this bag or this? $2. All in $2.
At IQ Air, we believe that good health starts with clean air. In our 60-year history of innovation and
Yeah, good news, honey. I am getting you that Gucci bag for your birthday. But forget about the designer products, because these TikToks aren't just offering cheap Chanel bags. They're offering cheap everything.
Do you want to buy laundry pots? Do you want laundry capsule? Do you want laundry beads? One pot costs only 5 cents.
Just shipped customer-scented candles to US for only $2.
Do you need a house? We can build it for you in just 48 hours. Place an order, and we will deliver it to your country.
Good news, honey. I am getting you that prefabricated house for Memorial Day. For more on the trade war, we go live to the White House with Troy Iwata. Okay, Troy, that's a lot of designer clothing.
Mm-hmm. And I got it all for $8. Thank you, trade war.
Okay, Troy, please don't thank the trade war. Right? If tensions keep building, it could be economically devastating.
Okay, I know, but the longer this trade war goes, the more incredible deals I'm finding on TikTok. So, personally, I think tensions could get like 5 to 10% higher. Even a dumb peasant country like China could understand that.
Okay, Troy. No, Troy, that's exactly the kind of talk that could escalate the trade war.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Look, this is like 400 Tide Pods. And it was 15 cents. I had to break $1. I have a lot of luxury clothes to wash, and these are extra nice, so I'm gonna wash them on extra hot with my towels.
No, this could cause a global recession.
All right, then we'll buy our way out of it. For the first time in our lives, we can get Hermes scarves in bulk, like all those dumb people in China.
Troy, those aren't real Hermes scarves.
They're real if you believe, Ronnie.
Okay, but if everyone can afford to get them, are they even really luxury goods anymore?
Yeah, Socrates. Okay. Just wait until Christmas. You'll change your tune once we're stuffing our stockings with Gucci.
Aren't you Jewish?
Not at these prices.
Okay, look, this is still a huge risk, all right? Is it really worth a market crash just to get a washing machine for $20?
A whole washing machine for $20? Okay, let me speak to China. Zhanggo to xiangba ni de changchun oibe Uncle Sam's penis yakwa. Damn, I f***ing nailed that.
Troy, I speak Chinese. I have no idea what the f*** you just said.
All right, do you need me to explain Uncle Sam to you or a penis?
Okay, you know what? Get out of here, Troy. Troy Wada, everybody.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia has never been charged with any crime. He's never been tried or convicted in a criminal court. No immigration court has ever ordered his removal. But on March 12th, ICE agents pulled him over, threatened to take away his son, and sent him to rot in El Salvador's notorious torture prison. The administration has admitted that his removal and rendition was an administrative error. The Supreme Court ordered Trump to facilitate his release, but President Trump and El Salvador have announced that they will not release Mr. Abrego Garcia.
How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggled him?
This decision arguably defies a Supreme Court order, openly flouts district court orders, and tramples on the fundamental right to due process. Now, we've talked a lot about due process lately because there's been a lot to talk about on the subject, but also because due process is an essential component of a fair and functioning country. Due process rights protect us all against arbitrary abusive actions by the government. They ensure that everyone has the right to counsel, the right to a fair hearing, and the right to hear evidence against them, and the right to rebut that evidence. These substantive rights and processes help to ensure that innocent people aren't punished based on weak or non-existent evidence, that they aren't sent to prison because they don't have the legal knowledge to defend themselves without the help of an attorney, and that they understand what they are being accused of and have an opportunity to present evidence and defenses. But the ramifications of what has happened to Kilmar Abrego Garcia should disturb every American, because if the administration gets its way, then anyone, including the people watching this video, yes, you, the person watching this video right now, could be renditioned to a foreign country as long as the government renditions you fast enough before the courts can kick in. Now, Mr. Abrego Garcia grew up in Los Nogales, El Salvador, where his family ran a pupuseria out of their home. And according to findings by an immigration court judge, David Jones, for years the Barrio 18 gang extorted and threatened the family. The gang regularly threatened to kill him and his brother and rape his sisters if his parents did not pay regular bribes. One day when Mr. Abrego Garcia was around 12 years old, Barrio 18 gang members arrived at the home and told his mother that they were going to take Kilmar and force him to join the gang because his family had not paid the bribe money. Kilmar's father managed to save his son by giving the gang members all the money that they demanded, but the gang continued to stalk Kilmar whenever he left his home. His father, a former police officer, paid them off, but the threats persisted. The police could not help. The gang infiltrated the police. After repeated moves and increasing danger, Kilmar's family sent him to live with his U.S. citizen brother in Maryland. In Maryland, Kilmar apparently lived quietly, working construction and raising a family with his partner Jennifer, a U.S. citizen. In 2019, while seeking day labor at a Home Depot, he was arrested with 3 other men despite no charges or known gang ties. The only evidence offered by ICE was a Bulls hat and a claim by a confidential informant linking him to a New York-based gang he had no ties to. Local police had no record of any charges against him. Mr. Abrego Garcia applied for release on bond, and ICE opposed his release, claiming that he was a dangerous gang member based only on the Chicago Bulls hat and hoodie, as well as the confusing confidential informant testimony. And on the basis of ICE's claims, out of an abundance of caution, the immigration court denied Mr. Abrego Garcia's request for release on bond. So he continued to remain in the detention center. From there, he filed an application for asylum with an application for withholding of removal. Now, as stated by the UN, asylum is a form of protection which allows an individual to remain in the United States instead of being removed, deported to a country where he or she fears persecution or harm. And seeking asylum is legal immigration.
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great.
Under U.S. law, people who flee their countries because they fear persecution can apply for asylum. They're called asylees. And relevant to Mr. Abrego Garcia's claim of asylum, at the conclusion of the 2-day hearing, the immigration judge found that Mr. Abrego Garcia had, quote, provided credible responses to the questions asked. His testimony was internally consistent, externally consistent with his asylum application and other documents, and appeared free of embellishment. Judge Jones found that Mr. Abrego Garcia also provided, quote, substantial documentation buttressing his claims. However, the judge denied his asylum petition on a technicality. He had missed the 1-year deadline. Instead, he was granted a withholding of removal under INA Section 241B, which is a protection against deportation to El Salvador due to a clear risk of persecution by Barrio 18. Now, withholding of removal offers less protection than asylum. Unlike asylum, it doesn't grant legal status or a path to citizenship. It only bars deportation to a specific country. It's granted if the person proves a clear probability of persecution based on race, religion, nationality, social group, or political opinion, which is actually a higher standard than asylum. Judge Jones found that Mr. Abrego Garcia had met this standard. He had credibly shown that his life had been threatened by Barrio 18 on multiple occasions. And at the conclusion of the hearing, Mr. Abrego Garcia was released to return to his family in Maryland. Now, neither ICE nor local law enforcement ever made further claims about his membership in any gang. And since then, Kilmar has lived peacefully, supporting his family and caring for his disabled son. He had complied with immigration check-ins and had no legal issues until March 12th of this year, when he was pulled over while driving with his son. Now, on March 12, 2025, after finishing a shift as a sheet metal worker apprentice in Baltimore, Mr. Abrego Garcia picked up his son from his grandmother's home. That's when ICE officers pulled him over. They told him his status had changed and threatened to call Child Protective Services unless his partner, Jennifer Vasquez-Sura, arrived within 10 minutes to retrieve their son. Mr. Abrego Garcia was shuffled around to several locations over the next few days. His wife Jennifer spent days trying to locate him, discovering that he'd been transferred between multiple facilities across the country. She repeatedly informed the government that Kilmar had been granted a withholding of removal, but her objections were ignored. So Ms. Vasquez-Sura had no idea where her husband was until her brother-in-law sent a news report about the people who had been sent to El Salvador's torture prison by President Trump. That article contained a picture of a man who had a tattoo and scars that matched Mr. Abrego Garcia's. More news media photos confirmed that he was indeed being held in El Salvador's terrorism confinement center, despite the fact that he had a valid withholding of removal, and despite the fact that he was never given a hearing or was ever formally charged with any wrongdoing. So now, with that knowledge, Ms. Vasquez-Sura filed a suit on behalf of her husband, herself, and their 5-year-old son in the United States District Court for the District of Maryland. Now, in their complaint, the plaintiffs alleged that by sending Mr. Abrego Garcia to the Terrorism Confinement Center, or CCOT, without any kind of hearing, the Trump administration had violated the INA provisions governing withholding of removal orders, the Administrative Procedure Act's prohibition against arbitrary and capricious government actions, and the Fifth Amendment's guarantee of due process. Mr. Abrego Garcia also filed a habeas corpus petition, arguing that the Salvadoran government was detaining him at the express direction of the Trump administration. And if you've been following along with all the Supreme Court antics involving the JGG plaintiffs previously in Judge Boasberg's courtroom, then you know that a habeas petition was an incredibly important thing for them to file. We'll talk more about that in a second. Now, the Trump administration is paying El Salvador $6 million to house 300 men for a year. Trump and Salvadoran leader Nayib Bukele, the self-proclaimed coolest dictator in the world, have both publicly bragged about this arrangement. In a March 16th post on Twitter, Bukele acknowledged their financial agreement, stating, quote, "Today, the first 238 members of the Venezuelan criminal organization Tren de Aragua arrived in our country. They were immediately transferred to CCOT, the Terrorism Confinement Center, for a period of 1 year, renewable. The United States will pay a very low fee for them, but a high one for us." Bukele also bragged about how the prisoners in CCOT are being used as slave labor, stating, quote, "Over time, these actions, combined with the production already being generated by more than 40,000 inmates engaged in various workshops and labor under the Zero Idleness program, will help make our prison system self-sustainable." The plaintiffs also allege that the Trump administration knows that the men in CCOT are being subjected to torture. Their complaint includes a harrowing list of details about the conditions in CCOT based on credible news reports and independent investigations, including 153 inmate deaths in a 1-year period, many of which can be attributed to torture, beatings, strangulation, and lack of medical attention. Now, autopsies have revealed patterns of cuts, hematomas, sharp object wounds, and signs of strangulation. Survivors of the prison report being subjected to electrocution and untreated infections.
Confluence is the connected workspace where teams can do it all. Like this marketing team, asked at the last minute to brainstorm campaign ideas out of thin air, then turn those ideas into a shared plan for creative action, and then turn those actions into creative assets while addressing creative feedback that somehow all needs to get done by right about now. Wow, they did it. Shouldn't be surprising, but it somehow always is.
Earl, Sue's got a watermelon for you.
Outdoorsy stuff is not my thing. I played an indoor sport for a reason. Hopefully that's where I heard it. It's all kinds of nice. I'm Sue Bird. I'm a retired professional basketball player, and Symetra is helping me find a hobby in retirement, volunteering at the Gentle Barn. I'm a little nervous. I know there's gonna be animals. I am allergic to most animals. A retired animal who gets to come here, they are very well taken care of. What they do here is unbelievable, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Hello. Hi, how are you? I'm Sue. I'm Ellie Lax. I'm the founder of the Gentle Barn Foundation here in Santa Clarita, California. The Gentle Barn is home to animals from severe abuse.
The prison has no windows, fans, or air conditioning despite hot, humid, tropical conditions. And prisoners are housed in overcrowded cells and are denied access to reading materials, familial visits, exercise, and outdoor time. Given the appalling conditions that he's being held in, Mr. Abrego Garcia and his family implored the court to grant a temporary restraining order, or TRO. Plaintiffs noted that if the Trump administration had wanted to remove Kilmar legally, it had several lawful options. It could have appealed the original grant of withholding of removal, sought to reopen the proceedings under the INA, or even deported him to any country other than El Salvador. The only country his withholding protected him from was El Salvador. Instead, the administration pursued an entirely different path. And maybe Mr. Garcia is a member of MS-13. Maybe he's Space Hitler. But we don't know because the administration never tried to prove it. Unlike the JGG plaintiffs, it isn't relying on the Alien Enemies Act in Kilmar's case. That executive order applies only to Venezuelan nationals. Rather, the sole justification the administration has offered is a vague, unsubstantiated claim that Mr. Abrego Garcia was affiliated with MS-13. The State Department had previously designated MS-13 as a major transnational criminal organization designated terrorist group in February of 2025. Now, the Trump administration has presented zero evidence that Mr. Abrego Garcia is a member of MS-13 or any criminal organization. Mr. Abrego Garcia has never been found guilty of any crime or even charged with any crime. But in response to the plaintiff's motion for TRO, the Trump administration actually admitted that, quote, although ICE was aware of his protection from removal to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error. The government's declaration by Robert Sina, acting field office director for enforcement and removal operations at ICE, affirmed this, stating, quote, through administrative error, Abrego Garcia was removed from the United States to El Salvador. This was an oversight. Now, despite this admission, the administration went on to claim that the Maryland court cannot offer Mr. Abrego Garcia any relief. The administration argued that Mr. Abrego Garcia's case must be brought as a habeas corpus claim, which can only be heard by a court with jurisdiction over the detainee's custodian. And they argued that since he was already deported to El Salvador when the suit was filed, no U.S. court has jurisdiction. The Trump administration also asserted that the plaintiffs lack standing because the court can't compel El Salvador to act. Now, Maryland Federal District Judge Paula Zenas was understandably skeptical of all the administration's claims. She rejected the administration's evidence-less claims that Mr. Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member, stating, quote, when someone is accused of membership in such a violent and predatory organization, it comes in the form of an indictment, complaint, or criminal proceeding that has a robust process. And at the hearing, she said, quote, all this points to a functional control, and that if the United States as a contracted party can have the functional control of the placement, the wrongful placement, they certainly have the functional control of the return. So on April 4th, the judge granted a preliminary injunction ordering the Trump administration to, quote, facilitate and effectuate the return of plaintiff Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia to the United States by no later than 11:59 p.m. on Monday, April 7, 2025. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller responded to the news about Judge Zenas' ruling on Twitter saying, quote, Marxist judge now thinks she's president of El Salvador. Bukele posted on Twitter with his usual level of gravitas and maturity, and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt issued a statement that, quote, we suggest the judge contact President Bukele because we are unaware of the judge having jurisdiction or authority over the country of El Salvador. And so the administration immediately and predictably appealed Judge Zenas' order, begging the Court of Appeals of the Fourth Circuit to please allow them to send people to the gulag immediately with no questions asked. And predictably, all three judges in the Court of Appeals were unconvinced by the administration's arguments. Judge Thacker, an Obama appointee, wrote the opinion of the court saying that, quote, the United States government has no legal authority to snatch a person who is lawfully present in the United States off the street and remove him from the country without due process. The government's contention otherwise, and its argument that the federal courts are powerless to intervene, are unconscionable. She also noted the government, quote, screwed up and must, quote, clean up the mess it has made. And so the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to vacate the district court's ruling. And on April 7th, the Supreme Court granted a temporary stay, pausing Mr. Abrego Garcia's return while it considered whether Judge Zenas' order should be vacated. The court allowed the district court's temporary restraining order to expire, which is how the Trump administration got out of the whole JGG debacle where Judge Boasberg had ordered them to turn the planes around.
Trusted for over 40 years is more than just our tagline. It's our promise to the generations of homeowners.
Which is not a great pattern. And finally, on April 10th, the Supreme Court unanimously ruled against the Trump administration's motion to vacate Judge Zenas' order. And this decision by the Supreme Court is a complete mixed bags. But all 9 justices, including 6 Republican appointees, 3 of whom were appointed by Trump, found that the lower court's order to facilitate the return of Mr. Abrego Garcia should stand. The justices found, though, that the portion of the order that commanded the Trump administration to actually effectuate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return may have exceeded Judge Zenas' authority and would need to be clarified by Judge Zenas with, quote, due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch in the conduct of foreign affairs. Now, the Supreme Court indicated that Judge Zenas' order that the government effectuate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return might exceed judicial authority. The court didn't spell out a specific reason for that, but a typical reading of the term effectuate would indicate that it would require the government to ensure a particular outcome, as opposed to requiring the government to simply take steps to facilitate an outcome. And there are reasonable separation of powers issues here. Ordering the administration to guarantee Mr. Abrego Garcia's return could mean effectively ordering some kind of military action if El Salvador outright refuses to return him. And everyone agrees that a judge can't do that. And facilitate is a much looser term, which has led to a series of disputes in this case since the Supreme Court's holding. The Trump administration is reading the order to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's release from the Salvadoran custody in the most minimal fashion possible, claiming that when Judge Zenas and the Supreme Court ordered this, all they really meant was removing any domestic obstacles that would otherwise impede the alien's ability to return. And the Supreme Court also instructed the government to, quote, be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. But Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson took the Trump administration to task for its illegal action, stating that, quote, to this day, the government has cited no basis in law for Abrego Garcia's warrantless arrest, his removal to El Salvador or his confinement in a Salvadoran prison, nor could it. And the three justices raised alarms about the Trump administration's due process violations, warning that, quote, the government's argument, moreover, implies that it could deport and incarcerate any person, including U.S. citizens, without legal consequence so long as it does so before a court can intervene. The concurring justices admonished the administration to comply with due process of law and provide Mr. Abrego Garcia with all the process he should have been entitled to, including notice and a hearing. But the Supreme Court's ruling also opened the door for Trump to argue that he has no power to actually effectuate Mr. Abrego Garcia's release. Now, unless you're the U.S. government, if you're kidnapping immigrants, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying that your information might have been leaked, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. On remand, Judge Zinnes quickly amended her order to remove the word effectuate. She commanded the Trump administration to provide the basic details about Mr. Abrego Garcia's whereabouts and status, as well as the steps that the government is taking to recover him, in keeping with the Supreme Court's order that the government, quote, should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. Smart. And she gave the administration until 9:30 a.m. the following morning to provide her the relevant details. After they failed to meet this deadline, Judge Zinnes granted the Trump administration an extension until 11:30 a.m. that day, a deadline that they once again failed to meet. But instead of providing the required answers, the Trump administration filed a motion whining about the impossible deadline and claiming that they simply could not share any of the requested information with the court at this time. But Judge Zinnes wasn't having it and ordered the Trump administration to respond daily with the following information, quote, the current physical location and custodial status of Abrego Garcia, what steps, if any, defendants have taken to facilitate his immediate return to the United States, what additional steps the defendants will take and when to facilitate his return. She scheduled a follow-up hearing for Tuesday, April 15th. Now, the government's first status update was a 3-paragraph insult, and the only actual information contained within it was that Mr. Abrego Garcia was alive and imprisoned at CCOT. One wonky thing is that when you file a status report like this, it must be backed up by a declaration, which is a written statement that's made under oath. This particular statement is about as wishy-washy as you can get. It was filed by a member of the Department of State, and it says, quote, it is my understanding based on official reporting from our embassy in San Salvador that Abrego Garcia is currently being held in the Terrorism Confinement Center in El Salvador. He's alive and secure in that facility. He is detained pursuant to the Sovereign Domestic Authority of El Salvador. Now, to me, as a litigator, given the several layers of intermediation before that person actually signed their name to something under oath, that sounds like someone who doesn't want to be held in contempt for actually making factual statements that may or may not be true. But notwithstanding, the next status update was even less substantive. The government representative simply stated, quote, it is my understanding that the defendants have no updates for the court beyond what was provided yesterday. Again, this means the administration is simply deciding not to answer the court's questions, or that is simply not taking steps to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return. Now, in light of this non-compliance, plaintiffs filed a motion with the court requesting additional relief, including expedited discovery against the Trump administration and a potential contempt finding against the administration. The Trump administration responded, claiming that when the Supreme Court and Judge Zinnes directed them to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return,
trust your one night a week with nowhere else to be. To Schleg. Trust your last bursts of energy that are way past bedtime. To Schleg.
Really based. Fucking Nazi. Oh, you're fucking Nazi.
all that really meant was that they should, quote, take all available steps to remove any domestic obstacles that would otherwise impede the aliens' ability to return here. But as luck would have it, because we live in the worst timeline and everything is kayfabe, on April 14th, Trump and Bukele actually had a televised meeting at the White House where they mocked the court system. On the same day, Stephen Miller claimed that Abrego Garcia was not sent to El Salvador by mistake.
He was not mistakenly sent to El Salvador.
Okay, so do you still
He's
believe
an illegal
he is a
alien
member of
from
MS?
El Salvador?
But as we've talked about, it's important to note that the administration has admitted their mistake to the court at least 3 times. First by Robert Sina, acting field office director for enforcement and removal operations at ICE, and twice in briefs filed by the Solicitor General, D. John Sauer. Attorney General Pam Bondi has also falsely claimed that 2 courts ruled that Mr. Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13.
He was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019,
two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegally in our country.
And Bukele even labeled him a terrorist, but no court has ever concluded that Mr. Abrego Garcia is a terrorist or a member of MS-13. And as we talked about, a court issued the withholding of removal the last time Abrego Garcia had been in court because he had in fact been a victim of gangs in El Salvador. But according to the Attorney General, what the Supreme Court meant when they said that the government has to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return is just that if President Bukele decides to return him, the United States has to, quote, provide a plane.
This is international matters, foreign affairs. If they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
Now, in the same meeting, President Bukele confirmed that he has no intention of returning Mr. Abrego Garcia to the United States or releasing him within El Salvador.
How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
And to add injury to the insult to the injury, Trump says he really does want to send American citizens to the terrorism prison in El Salvador.
I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns, you got to build about 5 more places.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right.
So we are not in a good spot. In this case, the government has told 3 courts that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was wrongfully removed, and a unanimous Supreme Court said that the government must facilitate his release. And yet, Trump is now openly flouting the court's order in order to keep an innocent man imprisoned. The ramifications here could not be more dire. Trump asserted that he has a right to do this to American citizens, telling Bukele that he should build 5 more prison camps that Trump will fill with undesirables, which is plainly at odds with the claim that they have no power to get Mr. Abrego Garcia back, which was foreshadowed in Justice Sotomayor's dissenting opinion in JGG versus Trump, where she said, quote, "What if the government later determines that it sent one of the detainees to CCOT in error, or a court eventually decides that the president lacked authority under the Alien Enemies Act to declare that Tren de Aragua is perpetrating or attempting an invasion against the territory of the United States? The government takes the position that even when it makes a mistake, it cannot retrieve individuals from the Salvadoran prisons to which it has sent them. The implication of the government's position is that not only non-citizens, but also United States citizens could be taken off the streets, forced onto planes, and confined to foreign prisons with no opportunity for redress if judicial review is denied unlawfully before removal. At base, the Supreme Court unanimously affirmed the district court's order, quote, properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. And back at the district court, the government's final status report included no new information about Mr. Abrego Garcia's status. The government submitted a declaration by DHS Acting General Counsel Joseph Mazzara, who said that the U.S. was prepared to facilitate his entry into the U.S. by not allowing him to re-enter the United States. If Mr. Abrego Garcia presents to a port of entry, the United States will, quote, remove him to a third country or terminate his withholding of removal because of his membership in MS-13. Again, no mention of the regular immigration process. The Supreme Court has yet to say what facilitate means in this context, but the government is stating for the record that it believes it can send Mr. Abrego Garcia somewhere without any due process, and that's within the meaning of the word facilitate. Now, you might be wondering whether the government can get away with that without being held in contempt of court, and so am I. And in another contentious hearing before Judge Zenas on April 15th, the administration tried to argue that it had taken steps to fulfill the court's order to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return. The only evidence that the administration could offer, though, was the White House meeting with President Bukele the day before, which Judge Zenas found wholly insufficient.
To be so for real, last year was kind of a lot for me. I was just feeling kind of like burned out and stuck. At some points, I struggled to see things getting better. So I made a hard decision to...
The government apparently showed up with a transcript of the meeting and asked for it to be considered evidence that the government was up against a foe that was impossible to defeat, Trump's pal Bukele. But Judge Zenas was not amused. She said she would not accept an out-of-court transcript of a YouTube video as evidence, and instead she would build a record using the rules of evidence. You know, the way we've done this for hundreds of years. And Mr. Abrego Garcia's counsel argued that the government has done nothing to facilitate his release and asked for the deposition testimony of someone with authority to explain what actions the government has taken to comply with the Supreme Court's order. And in response to the administration's recalcitrance, Judge Zenas left open the possibility of a contempt finding and granted the plaintiff's request for expedited discovery. She indicated that she would be reviewing the government's discovery response to evaluate whether or not the administration is in compliance with her order. She told the government's lawyers to cancel your vacations because she intended to do this on a very tight 2-week timeline. Now, that may not sound like a tight timeline to non-lawyers, but it is extremely fast for a case of this magnitude. The government's lawyer, Drew Ensign, stopped short of saying that the government would comply with the court's discovery orders. He indicated that he would probably object on the grounds that attorney-client privilege applied, and therefore someone like Mr. Mazzara could not be expected to testify. And Ensign repeatedly told the court that there was no factual issue here, and according to Anna Bauer, who was in the courtroom, Judge Zenas wasn't having it. She said, quote, "To what SCOTUS said was squarely in my power, and in my view, you have not fulfilled the mandate I've issued. Discovery will bear that out because the affidavits are insufficient." Then you may see the government try to appeal the court's discovery order. Ensign argued that Judge Zenas first needed to clarify her TRO, and the judge said no additional order was necessary. And as Bauer reported, paraphrasing, quote, "Not that difficult, the Supreme Court has spoken. Let's talk about what the Supreme Court has unequivocally deemed to be lawful. You made your arguments there, and this is now about the scope of the remedy." And Judge Zenas' order following the hearing addressed the dispute over the meaning of the word facilitate. And she points out, quote, "Merriam-Webster defines the term as to make it easier or less difficult, to free from difficulty or impediment, whereas the Oxford English Dictionary defines facilitate as, quote, to assist a person, to enable or allow a person to do something, achieve a particular result." And the judge wrote that the defendants know what the word means and they failed to live up to any of these definitions. Quote, "The defendants therefore remain obligated at a minimum to take steps available to them toward aiding, assisting, or making easier Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and resuming his status quo ante." But the record reflects that the defendants have done nothing at all. Instead, the defendants obliquely suggest that facilitate is limited to taking all available steps to remove any domestic obstacles that would otherwise impede the alien's ability to return here. The fallacy in defendants' argument is twofold. First, in the immigration context, as it were, facilitating return of those wrongly deported can and has included more extensive government efforts endorsed in prior precedent in DHS publications. Thus, the court cannot credit that facilitating the ordered relief is as limited as defendants suggest. Second, and more fundamentally, defendants appear to have done nothing to aid in Abrego Garcia's release from custody and return to the United States to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been but for defendants' wrongful expulsion of him. Thus, defendants' attempt to skirt this issue by redefining facilitate runs contrary to law and logic. And in a footnote, the judge references the other part of the Supreme Court's order, which says the district court must still give due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch. But in this instance, Judge Zenas says, quote, "Deference does not mean the court must ignore the defendant's repeated refusal to provide even the most basic information as to any steps they have taken to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador." But first things first, the plaintiffs will be allowed to conduct expedited discovery. And remember, we talked about the government declarations and not wanting to get subjected to contempt or discovery? Well, Judge Zenas is all over that. According to Anna Bauer, during the discussion about discovery, the judge said depositions will be completed by Wednesday, April 23rd, any impedient. The government lawyer Ensign said, quote, "We understand court's position." The judge said, "So that means no impediments?" Ensign says, "We don't know at this time who will be deposed." Zenas says, "No, I'm saying the people who you've put forward is affiants." Ensign says, "I'm not prepared to put forward objections at this time. One of the affiants is acting general counsel." To which the judge says, "You should have considered privilege when you put them up as an affiant, but if you have privilege objections, you can get them to me." In other words, the government made lawyers sign factual sworn statements for which they may or may not have personal knowledge. And if you have someone sign a declaration under oath, the court is allowed to test the veracity of those statements, and you've arguably waived privilege. Unlike, for example, when a lawyer has signed a brief, which isn't under oath, though it does have its own obligations.
Prepare your heart for the celebration of Easter with Season of Hope by Dr. David Jeremiah. This treasury of inspirational Easter devotionals, readings, and scripture.
So Judge Zenas is signaling that she is not going to put up with objections to that discovery. And in fact, in the judge's order, she specifically calls out the 4 government affiants and says that the plaintiffs can depose them. And those depositions must be completed by April 23rd. Fun. Now, after that contentious hearing, lawyer Heidi Feldman noticed that the court is following the exact same procedure that was used in Cabell versus Babbitt. In that case, the court found that the Department of the Interior had grossly mismanaged native trust funds and then failed to comply with prior court orders, actively misled the court, and even provided false information. This conduct implicated Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin and Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt. The court issued an order to show cause why the government should not be held in contempt, and then held hearings to evaluate the evidence and hear testimony. And we talked about the standard of civil contempt in the video about Trump violating court orders. And in civil contempt, the aim is to typically force the contemnor to comply with the court's directives. In the Cabell case, the court first had to consider whether the orders were clear and reasonably specific, and the government tried to argue, just as Ensign did here, that there was too much ambiguity for the government to understand how to comply. The court must then be persuaded by clear and convincing evidence that the contemner actually failed to comply. And importantly, you don't have to prove that the contemner intended to disobey the order. The focus is simply on whether they failed to meet the terms of the order. And in Cobell, the government didn't produce the required records, failed to implement accounting standards, and then failed to communicate transparently and in good faith with the court. Which is why several times during the April 15th hearing, Judge Zenas warned the government that it needed to communicate with her in good faith. And in Cobell, both cabinet secretaries had to appear in court, and both were found in civil contempt. And the remedies included appointment of a special master to monitor compliance and independently review the agency's behavior, court supervision over native trusts, and a warning that future non-compliance would result in sanctions. So the bottom line here is that the Supreme Court approved most of what the judge ordered and cut it back based on what the court can and cannot do. The government is currently misrepresenting what the Supreme Court said and is so far refusing to do what the court has required. Judge Zenas is moving forward and she is pissed, and she's laying out the framework, like Judge Boasberg before her, to make life very difficult for the government. And we'll see who blinks first. But it's particularly interesting to look at the media's response to the Supreme Court's order to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. About 450 sources covered the story, with only about 10% coming from the right, 60% coming from the center, and 30% coming from the left. And when you examine the headlines, you see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the Supreme Court's ruling. Headlines from the right are the most likely to put the word facilitate in quotes, which implies room for the Trump administration to interpret what actions constitute facilitating Garcia's return. But from the center, we see headlines like these that use the phrase must work to bring back instead, while also being more likely to use the language describing Garcia as wrongfully deported. And then from the left, headlines typically frame the court's ruling in stronger language, such as ordering the return of Garcia and overruling the Trump administration. Now, the headlines that you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news, and that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now they're offering Legal Eagle viewers 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get a discount for a limited time. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources you've never heard of, where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. Like this related story of journalists at 60 Minutes discovering that 75% of the 200 Venezuelan immigrants recently renditioned to the El Salvadoran Gulag had no criminal record in the United States. This story was entirely ignored by the right-leaning sources, with the vast majority of sources coming from the left and center. And this type of analysis helps explain why we often talk past each other and why some people seem hyper-focused on what seems like nonsense or fake news. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and Blind Spot feed. And by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape even more transparent. So click the link below or scan the code today. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Modern look. Thick, absorbent layers. But these napkins aren't just elegant. They're surprisingly affordable. And perfect for Wing Wednesday. Vanity Fair. Elevate every day.
Life's better when you're under our roof. Save up to 23% by bundling your home and auto with us.
Lawyers live by one ironclad rule. When the judge tells us to do something, we do it. That doesn't mean we always like it, and it doesn't mean we won't try to find other arguments to achieve the same ends. We're kind of like teenagers in that way. But at the end of the day, we roll our eyes privately and comply with what the judge tells us to do. And when we disagree with the ruling, the right thing to do is obey the judge's order and appeal until the last court tells us no. And because thousands of lawyers follow this basic rule every day, the rule of law survives. But right now, the rule of law is in peril because President Trump has decided he doesn't have to follow the court's orders he doesn't like. Sort of. It's complicated. He's refusing to comply, but saying that they are complying.
On Air Force One last night, he was asked, did his administration violate the judge's order?
I don't know. You have to speak to the lawyers about that.
But it seems we may have the clearest case of the executive defying a direct court order in American history. And it looks like things are only going to get worse. Now, as we've already explained, the ACLU got wind of
man. Yep, they're both good. Thanks to sub with the Prime Mappa. Hey, Caspede, hello. Bubblegum 67, yeah, he got started immediately, dude. He got in like immediately. What a dick. Actual dick. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Dude. Come on. No, Fubgun's literally like, would you say your build's hardcore viable? Yeah, if you go slower than me. Thank God we got back in. Make any change to your build plan since Wednesday? Nope, not currently. I'll have the changes done later tonight, probably, if I make any. There you go. We're fine. We're fine. Can I use my Smite MTX now? Why can't I use my Smite MTX, man? Come on. Oh, I have to sign in with Steam. One moment. God damn it. One moment. Fucking hell. Come on. One moment. Come on. Thank you. I am signed in on Twitch. Come on, man. There you go. Cool. Can I have it now? It's told the shop. Oh, they fixed it. Okay, so if you go up. Come on. God damn it, dude. I just want my fucking fucking Smite, dude. I just want my Smite, man. Yeah, you can just do side quests for all your passives and stuff, bro. Level 16? Heck yeah, it is fun. Yep. Doing Heartseeker build this league? Yep, probably as my second build. Yepers. As my second build, probably. Restart, not just relag to get the drops MTX? Okay. I'll probably do that later then. Cold Heartseeker should be pretty good. New shield throws thick? Well, that's nice to hear. Refresh shop thing worked for me. Let me try doing it again now that I actually click the buttons and stuff. Wish the refresh button actually let me fucking click it.
All right, we're out of this hell. This hellish. Ooh. Oh, that's so good. We want some minion stuff.
are the military emissary to the great Kublai Khan?
I am Vice Regent of the Secretariat.
And a foreigner. You must be as wise as you're ugly and odd.
Have you ever seen an image of the Roman Emperor Claudius or the Hunnic ruler Attila?
No, but you're now going to tell me of the accomplishments of ugly men who were underestimated.
I would not presume to educate you on the wiles of political men, comely or otherwise, Chancellor. The great Khan offers a parley to avert further tragedy.
Surely you mean my subjugation.
It is not for me to interpret my liege's intent.
And do you agree with his decisions?
I serve God through serving him.
The Khan, as your divine conduit.
No, he is merely a man with a vision.
Tell your master I will meet him to hear his gracious offerings. Limp away now, messenger. Are the military emissary to the great Kublai Khan?
I am Vice Regent of the Secretariat.
And a foreigner. You must be as wise as you're ugly and odd.
Have you ever seen an image of the Roman Emperor Claudius or the Hunnic ruler Attila?
No, but you're now going to tell me of the accomplishments of ugly men who were underestimated.
I would not presume to educate you on the wiles of political men, comely or otherwise, Chancellor. The great Khan offers a parley to avert further tragedy.
Surely you mean my subjugation.
It is not for me to interpret my liege's intent.
And do you agree with his decisions?
I serve God through serving him.
The Khan as your divine conduit.
No, he is merely a man with a vision.
Tell your master I will meet him to hear his gracious offerings. Limp away now, messenger. Are the military emissary to the great Kublai Khan?
What is the Andromeda Paradox?
Well, then.
Currently, I'm. Gil, I'm wondering how you.
Excuse me, you don't want to discuss it? You fucking coward. Oh. Oh.
The first term I won was at 14. Then I became the second sponsored American fighting game player. At this point, I was like thinking, did I get kidnapped? In 2008, I was actually thinking about retiring. I literally get a DM, they're like, hey, we want to sign you. We will give you $12,000 a month.
If this guy's talking shit, tell him the money match for any amount of money.
It was also the first time I heard the crowd cheer for me. I'm used to people booing me.
Depending on your definition of what counts as an EVO title, Justin Wong holds either 8 or 9 championships, and by any definition you choose, he has the most. While there is no debate regarding Justin Wong being the greatest Marvel vs. Capcom 2 player of all time, his accolades span countless titles and iterations in the world of fighting games. If there was a tournament to be found for a fighting game, Justin Wong would find a way to win.
So I learned how to play the game literally like 2 days before. Who's the best character? What's the meta? And I won.
A champion competitor, successful content creator, host, and commentator, many may look at Justin's illustrious career today and assume that he was destined to be a professional fighting game player. But when Justin began, the concept of a professional player had not yet even been conceived.
The first time I won a tournament, they gave me $50 worth of Funtime USA tokens.
In this episode of Trash Talk, I sit down with Justin Wong to discuss his foundational years in the world of fighting games, how playing these games professionally eventually became a real possibility, a detailed inside look at the business of being a pro fighting game player, numbers and all, and what's next for Justin Wong and the fighting game community as a whole. Please enjoy. Well, hey there, we're going to get right back to Justin Wong and discussing his fighting game journey, but before we do that, I wanted to present you guys with a great opportunity and thank the sponsor of this episode of Trash Talk, Tesseract. Tesseract is actually launching their new Hypercube Pro leverless controller. This thing has a very compact profile, so it's ultra portable. You will always have room for it in your backpack to take it on the go. But the main thing that I enjoy about it, despite how portable it is that this thing is built like a tank. This thing is just under 2 pounds, which doesn't sound like a lot on paper, but when you pick it up and put it on your lap to play, it has some heft to it. Old heads like myself can probably relate to that feeling of having like a cheap plastic arcade stick with very little body weight to it on your lap, and it just feels terrible. And a lot of leverless controllers, I think, of the portable size tend to feel a little lightweight as well, but this thing solves that problem entirely. And for Street Fighter 6 players, this layout is very forward thinking. I personally now use the right thumb button as a parry macro, and I instantly saw my success rate for parry skyrocket. And maybe one day I'll use DI with my pinky. One day. And if you're interested in this controller at all, Tesseract has partnered up with Trash Talk to give one of you guys one for free. Just head to the description for this episode on either YouTube or Spotify for a chance to win one of these bad boys entirely free of charge. And along with the giveaway, we have an exclusive discount with coupon code Trash Talk at checkout for $30 off your next order. Thanks again to Tesseract for sponsoring this episode of Trash Talk, and back to the discussion with Justin.
Still waiting for the Clunker Express to deliver your package? When it comes to delivery, don't play the waiting game. Leave the breakdowns behind and jump on board with the future of shipping. Choose GLS, where professionalism and punctuality aren't just promised, they're delivered. With GLS, it's always a smooth ride. Switch to reliability. Visit www.gls-us.com or call 1-888-SHIP-GLS. It's about time.
Justin Wong, okay, 8, maybe 9-time EVO champion. We'll get into the debate about the number of titles soon. The possessor of the Wong factor, possibly the first ever American professional fighting game player, content creator and influence for Megastar, and now EVO finalist commentator, and to many, the GOAT of fighting games, period. How you doing, Justin?
I'm doing good, Brian. I gotta correct you. I'm not the first American professional fighting game player.
Okay, let me know. Know.
I wasn't the first. It was actually Marn. Marn was on Evil Geniuses 1 month before I joined because I was on a reality show. So nobody could contact me for 6 weeks. So literally frame one, once I got out, they're like, yo, I got a meeting with you and Alex Garfield, who was the owner of Evil Geniuses, like frame one. And then I became the second sponsored American fighting game player. Yeah, that's how it started.
Were you first on the list, but they just couldn't reach you, or like, what do you guys debate about that?
We never talked about it, but like I wasn't there when he went to Devastation. He won the tournament as like okay, he just got signed and everything. Like I was literally off the grid, no internet, nothing. So maybe they were contacting me. I never asked. I at that time I was like, what? They try to pay me to wear a shirt instead of like joining like a clan or a friend team, stuff like that, right? Like an EMP or a DMG. Like I didn't know that was a thing, so it was like I was like, yeah, sure, no problem, right?
Interesting. Yeah, I guess the concept of a professional gamer wasn't really ironed out at that time, because to me, you have always been a pro gamer, right? I'm an 09er, but more like a 2010er, right? By the time I started to digest and understand what the FGC was, it was around 2010, and I saw you guys get signed in that era. I saw those tournaments occur. Those were like my first ever broadcasted tournaments that I actually watched live post that 2009 Evo. So I was like, oh yeah, these guys are they're pros. Like, this is their job.
They're pros.
they get a salary. They live a normal life. And it wasn't until like over the years that I retroactively pieced together what life was like for pro fighting game players. And I started to realize, like, oh, this isn't that, it's not as glamorous as it looks at first.
No, it looks like it from the perspective of the people wearing jerseys. It looks all professional, but a lot of times people were getting, like contracts. Like they're like, hey, we'll give you a shirt and you can rep our team, and maybe sometimes we'll pay for your entry fee or send you a flight, or gotta spend hotel rooms with like 10 other people. That was very common from the start of during the sponsorship days.
Interesting. Yeah. And even before that, so you've witnessed every era of fighting game esports from its inception to where it's gone today. And even before that era of even someone trying to give you a crappy sponsorship and just put their name on a shirt and put it on your back and throw you to a hotel room with 10 people, you were on the grind making money back before the concept of making money from video games was even a thing, right? So I know you've been interviewed to death about a lot of your history, so I do want to go into some of it and maybe get some of the sides that we haven't heard too much about. But as far as your origins in the arcades, when was the first time you realized that beyond just beating up people twice their age in arcades and spending your time after school there, that there was a potential to start winning money and getting a return on investment with your time there?
So the first tournament I ever played in was called East Coast Championship 5. It was at the break, 8 on the break, and Marvel 2 like was officially out, but all the characters weren't unlocked yet, so they didn't run a Marvel 2 tournament. They ran like everything else, like Third Strike, Marvel 1, Alpha 3, ST, and I got 5th place at that tournament. Over like 400 people showed up across the East Coast, Northeast Coast, even people from Florida. Alex Valle and John Choi came out to this tournament as well too, and I didn't know who they were at the time. And I lost to literally in New York. I lost to the people that I lose to at the arcade. I lost to Eddie Lee, Henry Sen, Arturo Sanchez. Those are the literally 3 people I lost to that tournament. And ever since that tournament, I was like, man, I want to go to more tournaments. I want to experience it. And this is before I had like a taste of, oh, I could win money. I didn't have a taste of money. There was no top 8 payouts at the time. They were like, hey, you got 5th place. That was pretty good, man. Good job. The first time I won a tournament with money, I guess not money on the line. It was just like arcade called Funtime USA in the ghetto in Brooklyn. Random arcade, and I beat a top New York City Marvel 2 player that was considered top tier in the Chinatown Fair, and they gave me $50 worth of Funtime USA tokens. That was my first time ever winning anything. So I'm like, well, this is not real cash. What do I do with this, right? So I brought back the tokens with me because I'm like, okay, I'm going to go back to Chinatown Fair. And I tried the Funtime USA token in the Chinatown Fair arcade, and it worked. It registered. So because they didn't figure out like how to change how tokens work. If you put a quarter in it, the machine will spit out the quarter. But if you put some type of fake token in that's not Chinatown Fair, it still worked. So I started selling these Funtime USA tokens, 5 tokens for $1.
Wow.
So once I sold all my tokens away after winning that tournament, I was like, wow, I can win some cool prizes and maybe make some money from it. So that's kind of what got me started into playing more tournaments. And anytime there was a tournament, like in the local, like in Queens or Brooklyn or even New Jersey, I went to all of them because they were really fun. I guess I didn't think too much about the money aspect. It was more of like, I want to play different people. I want to play people that I don't fight regularly, and I would say that was more of my thing versus the money thing. I think the money thing came later when I became more established, probably like year 2, year 3.
But would you say that stoked your like entrepreneurial spirit a little bit? Because I didn't know that part of your story, that you actually took the tokens to sell them for a return. And I'm assuming this is like when you're what, like 15, 16, because you started winning these tournaments or doing well at them very young, right?
So I won B5 at 15 years old,
Right.
but the first term I won was at 14.
Okay.
Right. And then there was this, I guess, the time when people realized who I was before I won like B5, and I guess that year they had this tournament in Virginia called Game Time. And Game Time was a tournament that a lot of New York players, I want to, I don't, this might sound mean, but they farmed them. Yeah, they every time they have their monthly, they farmed them because they had so many players come out, and the payout was pretty huge for during that time. It was like if you win Marvel 2, you get like $400. If you win CVS 1, you get another $400. If you win Third Strike, you get another $400. So if you're like a multi-fighting game player that's nasty everything, like you could win close to like $2,000 just cashing out, because everybody just showed up to that tournament and everybody played. They just wanted to get better at $10 entry fee. So it was a long tournament. So I went to that tournament at 14 years old. And the problem, though, was that I did not know the tournament was in Virginia. Some dude was like, hey, man, I want to take you to this tournament, and I think you'll do really good, kid. So I was like, sure. How far is it? And they're like, oh, it's just, I'll drive you there. It'll take a few hours. And I was like, okay, cool. I'd done this whole, lie to my parents and go to New Jersey thing. I didn't know in the map where was Virginia. So I was like, oh, yeah, I'll go. I took a nap in the car, wake up, it's dark outside, and I'm like, why are we not turning me yet? There's traffic. There's so much traffic. And at this point, I was like thinking, did I get kidnapped? Because there was no cell phones back in the
Right.
day. Like I guess maybe there was, but I couldn't afford it. I had a beeper. So I had to call like my dad. I'm telling him, hey man, I'm not gonna come home tonight. I'm gonna be staying at my friend's house in New Jersey. He was pissed, right? I already knew what was gonna happen when I get home, regardless. He was pissed. I was like, oh yeah, I can't get home. I don't have enough money to take the train, so I have to wait for the parents to drive me back home. That's kind of like that's the sad excuse I gave them. But when we finally showed up to this tournament in Virginia, Game Time, it was like 9 p.m. and they waited for me. This was like the first time I experienced player privilege, but I wasn't even a top player, right? They waited for me because I guess this guy Alex was like, yo, this kid is good. Trust me, you want to wait for him, blah, blah. But they got to the point where they couldn't move forward to the tournament. So they put me in losers bracket in both games. So I showed up. Finally, it was like, I think 9 p.m. I showed up, and I had to play both Marvel 2 and CVS 1 starting from round 1 losers. And I made it all the way to grand finals, and I won the tournament, right? And that's when shoryuken.com wrote an article about me. Like, I think the title was like Wonder Kid from Chinatown Fair destroys everybody in Virginia, some type of line like that, right? But the crazy part was I won like $800. That's like, wow, that was really cool. That was the first time I tasted real money at 14 years old, winning $800 in one night. That's like something big. But the problem was that after I won the tournament, I was like, all right, it's time to go home now. But Alex was like, the car broke down. So I gotta fix the car. And you can't get home until Tuesday. So I'm like, oh hell no, right? I'm still in like freshman year of high school. So I was like, I can't just not go to school and stay in Virginia for 2 days. And at this point, my dad is gonna just lose his shit at this point, right? So I took the Greyhound from Virginia to New York, and I got back in New York at 5 a.m. And I had to take it by myself at 14 years old. There was no like, I guess, checking ages back in the day for flights or buses. So they let me just take the bus just straight solo. It's weird because it's my first time taking a bus like from that far by myself. So I was a little worried. I was scared. But I got home safely, and then I got my ass beat afterwards. But hey, I mean, I came out $800 richer that day, so I guess that was kind of worth it. And from there, I wanted to just go on to more tournaments, more tournaments, more tournaments. So yeah, I think that's what really started the, you know what, that ROI really paid off from starting from that day.
How much of your prize winnings went into that Greyhound bus ticket? How much survived having to pay that trip back?
It was a one-way bus ticket, so I believe it was only like $50.
Okay.
Because I mean, buses are cheap,
right? And before, I do want to mention the bus air a little bit. I did have some questions about that specifically. But with this specific instance, did you explain to your dad at all what you were up to? Like, I understand he was pissed. You got, probably rightfully reprimanded a little bit.
I got slapped up a little bit. It was a different era back in the day. You feel me?
Different era. Also, you kind of almost volunteered yourself to get kidnapped across state lines. There might have been some felonies along the way. I don't know. That sounds can't be legal. Whatever just transpired, I don't think was totally kosher in the eyes of the law either. So I understand being pissed in that moment for your safety, if anything. But did you try to soften the blow a little bit? Like, did you go, hey, I went to this tournament, I won, I made this much money? Or was this something you still kept like hush hush? I wonder what that relationship was like at this time. Was this kind of like your secret hustle at the time, or were your parents aware of this? Like, how was that relationship like?
It was very secretive. They didn't know what I was doing. They didn't know where I was going. I used the excuse of, hey, I'm going to go stay at my friend's house in New Jersey for years. Literally years.
Did you specify the friend? Did the friend have a name?
They never asked. They never asked, like, hey, can I talk to their parents or whatever?
Friend.
Yeah. Like, I grew up in a family where we didn't really have the closest relationships, so we didn't ask anything. We didn't ask specifics. Like, that's kind of it. Like, as long as you're come home at this time, you go to school, you do your, you stay out of trouble, then that's kind of like what Asian parents back in the day asked for. But for the most part, they didn't know about me playing in tournaments since 2001. I think the first time they figured out that I was like doing this gaming thing and I've been doing it for years was they found out by accident, where they were watching cable TV and they just saw me on the World Cyber Games Ultimate Gamer Show.
Instead of calling in favors from those distant relatives, Tom and Jenny,
Cousin Mikey,
I'm your ride. Hello. Listen to your comments.
And that was in 2010.
No
for
way.
10 years, I swear to God, for 10 years, they didn't know I was this pseudo professional gamer that was traveling around the world and playing in video game tournaments, because dude, cell phones didn't exist. There was no way for you to find out what I was doing. The internet didn't really existed. So, and when it did, it's not like they know what showyoucan.com is. So there's no YouTube, there's no Twitch. So it's hard to know what somebody's up to during that time frame, right? No social media for them to check. And they found out by accident because they just were flipping the channel. They saw me on the Sci-Fi channel. And that's kind of when they called me, like, hey, I just saw you on the show, and they said you've been playing video games competitively for all these years, and you won tournaments and blah, blah, blah. How come you never told us? And I told them straight up. I told my dad straight up, because you would say no, and you would not let me go. So I just chose it on my own accord that I would do it, very sneakily, very sneaky. And as long as I'm not taking money from your pocket and I'm not doing anything that's hurting the family, I feel like it's not a bad thing. Maybe the lying part's bad, but everything else in terms of the financial department, it was just me making money by myself. And they thought that all the time that when I didn't ask for money, it's because I was working at Circus City or Dave & Buster's at the time. And I was like, yeah, that's true. But, I was doubling up with these tournaments when I'm traveling to.
Interesting. I knew they didn't know for a while. I had no clue. It was not until 2010. Because by that time, like, I remember that reality show. And by that time, you were known. Like, this was because 2009 occurred. That's the Street Fighter 4 era where everything exploded in the FGC. That's when I got into the fold. And people who were outside of the core, like, you didn't have to go to shoryuken.com to know who Justin Wong was at the time. Maybe in event hubs, but it was slowly breaking that containment.
It was. Yeah.
So to hear that it was cable TV that it's what reached them. That's fascinating, because I had to have imagined there must have been questions at this time, because I mean, in high school you started traveling all this time. Like, were you thinking already at that early age, like, this might be a career option for me? Like, how was that, like, leading through your education, about to graduate high school? Like, where was your mind at? Because you said you were working like Dave and Buster's and other jobs on the side, but was this something that you were like, I'm going to make this happen? Were the ideas of being a professional gamer reality, or is this kind of like a day-by-day side hustle, just get by and make do what I can situation?
Yeah, I would say it was a day by day side hustle thing, just because like I would work like Circuit City at the time, and then move to Dave and Buster's, and I would also be going to school, finish high school, then do community college, and the whole time I'm just like, okay, if I have a free weekend, I can go to this tournament. And it's not like, okay, during the Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5 era, there was majors like every week, right? You remember that? There was those majors every week. Every week you're traveling to something. There wasn't like that during that time. It was only like ECC, final round, Midwest Championships, and Evo. So 4 tournaments a year, and then random like Virginia monthlies or random like Big E tournaments like NEC Winter Ball started coming up as well too. But there wasn't like a lot of tournaments. And because of that, it was actually more doable, because I'm like, it's easier to take time off from like work, or I can like miss a day of school. So it wasn't like every single week there was a major tournament with qualifiers on the line. So I guess there was no way I was thinking at the time, I'm going to be a professional fighting game player. And this is where I'm going to just like make like all the money and become successful. None of that was happening. In 2008, I was actually thinking about retiring, and this was actually what most people were also thinking at the same time, because 2006, 2007, Evo had their sponsorship with Toyota, where like first place is $5,000, and we were all losing our shit. $5,000, oh my god, for winning a tournament. 2008 happened. There was no more Toyota sponsorship. They kind of just lost it, and it became kind of like, yeah, the numbers are all-time low. Nobody's coming to the tournament. No new fighting games are coming out. And then Seth Killian, he actually texted me. He's like, "Hey, you coming to this Evo?" And I was like, "No, I'm not, man. Like, it doesn't look too good. I feel like if I go, even if I win Marvel, I would not win. I would only barely break even." That's what I told him straight up, right? And he said, "Well, I can't tell you, but you should come to this Evo, and it'll be really good, because it might help like for the future of the direction of the FGC." So I took the gamble, I took the risk, I went to Evo, and that's when they announced Street Fighter 4. And they had the Street Fighter 4 exhibition and everything like that. At the time, I did not know what to think about it. I'm just like, oh, okay, it's cool. It's a new fighting game, right? That's just how I was thinking about. The last time a new fighting game came out for the FGC during that time frame, it just failed. Capcom Fighting Jam.
Just imagine your smarter future home, where one machine does the washing and drying, connecting to a fridge that shows what you have and suggests recipes, and sends
everybody just shit on the game, and it just did horribly, right? I won Marvel 2 that year, I broke even, and then that's when all these advertisements of Street Fighter 4 started popping out with like GameStop and like how big it blew up. And that's kind of when I thought, oh wait, hold on, I could maybe do something with this, right? Maybe I could go to more tournaments, I can travel a lot more. But I didn't think about how big it was going to be from the social media perspective or the streaming perspective. Like, still, I was like a little fledgling, thinking about how am I going to get the next food? How am I going to eat for the next winter? Right? That literally day by day, winning a tournament, going to my job, going to school. It still never changed for me until I would say 2010, when I got sponsored by Evo Geniuses. But even during 2009, just experiencing Street Fighter 4 at its biggest, I was still thinking like, what am I gonna do still? Okay, cool. I'm going to more tournaments. I'm winning like a few more bucks. I would say like, I guess Street Fighter 4 did pay out well, because winning final round for Street Fighter 4, that was like, I think like $2,200 around there, while winning Marvel 2 and Third Strike is like $300-$400. That was kind of like the amount that you would get. And even at the highest attendance for Marvel 2 and Third Strike, only for Evo you would get into thousands because everybody goes there, right? But at a major tournament like a final round or ECC, you barely make over like $500-$600 for first place.
Yeah, and for people who don't know how the pricing structure works at these tournaments, it's all based on the number of players who enter, right? So players pay the entry fee to go to the event, and then you put into the pot itself to enter the actual individual game tournament like $10, which has been the same price for 2 decades at this point, which is wild. And so it's completely correlated to the number of players who enter. So more players, there's more money to win from. And that has been pretty much unchanged.
But you have to think about this, right? But you have to think about this. There was no Start GG or Challenge back in the day. You pre-registered when you show up to the tournament. So nobody would know who's showing up to the tournament until like the day before. You could spend all this money of going to like flights, your hotels, you split with your friends, and you show up to your Third Strike tournament, Marvel 2 tournament, and only like 40 players showed up. Right? And then if you win the tournament, you get 70% of that $400. The only way you could tell how poppin' a tournament is how many pages it has on the Shuriken.com forums. If it's like a 2-page, 3-page, and I'm like, oh, this is a major tournament, it's gonna be a bust. But if it's like 10-page plus, then you know everybody's gonna show up. So that's how we're gauging how many people are gonna show up to the tournament. And that's
You're saying like the actual thread discussing about the tournament. So if people were hyped and talking about it, that's how you judge the buzz around a tournament. Was the thread for the tournament. Interesting.
Exactly. That's how I decided which tournaments to travel to.
There's a whole meta behind that as well, because I got to see the tail end of this farming era, right? It was not national or international as it is right now, where everyone's connected. It was regions were connected. So you can kind of get more of an idea of within a region what was happening, what was buzzing, but there was still this this mystique, or you weren't exactly sure where all the events or tournaments were happening. And there was still that bus era, right? Even Automatic had a recent tweet, which is very timely. He brought up Jippo. Man, Justin Wong really used to get on a bus, show up to a city, and beat everybody from that state in their favorite fighting games. And from what I hear, because I didn't partake in that too much, I just went to the big ones in Florida. The ideal situation was there'd be a tournament with a large prize pool, and it was usually thrown by some kind of organization or store or some kind of organizer who wasn't firmly connected with the FGC, so it kind of did not follow maybe the exact rule set, or didn't have the same exposure on like a Shoryuken forum or a Facebook group, so it was less known, and they would often put up more money than the known events, and you would try to go to those events and not tell anybody to make sure that it's like more of a guaranteed win. And that was like the most profitable, like most return for least amount of effort strategy for top players at that time to do. Was that something that you were partaking in?
I only did that one time, and that was in a tournament in Brooklyn called Bulletproof Comics, and they were running a Marvel's Capcom 2. It was posted on Facebook. They're like $500 for first place, and it's local to me, so I'm like, okay, it's a $2 train ride, and I just go there, and I'm not gonna tell anybody, right? But the funniest part is when you go to these tournaments and you see somebody, you're like, oh, you know what you're doing, that type of thing, because they didn't talk about it at all. And and literally, I talked to this person the day before, and they didn't tell me that they're going to a tournament, right? But I would say for me, if you're running more than 8 games at your monthly, then I will probably be there, because then my goal is to win literally every tournament on the list. So I think like the one that Jibbo was talking about in particular, because he was from North Carolina, there was a North Carolina tournament, right? They ran Marvel 2, Third Strike, CVS 2, ST, a bunch of other games. And the one thing that stood out to me was every game was $10 entry fee, 70% payout. But then they had the special one where I guess North Carolina is very famous for playing a game called Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. Right? Nobody in that time frame, like that era, nobody in America was playing that game except for North Carolina. And they're saying that, oh, if whoever wins this tournament gets like an additional $500, right? And the top 2 players in the tournament will not enter. you enter into a secret boss battle after you win the tournament, where if you win one game, you get $100. If you beat them in the set, you get the extra $200. So I'm like, oh, so you're telling me I could win $900 for a Neo Geo Battle Coliseum tournament because they're so confident that they're the best at it because nobody plays the game? So I learned how to play the game literally like 2 days before. I looked on the Shoryuken.com forums, who's the best character, what's the meta, and it was like Kim and Mr. Big. Right? It was a 2v2 game. So I learned how to play the game. I went down to North Carolina. I won all the Capcom games, and I played in that the Neo Geo Battle Coliseum tournament, and I won. Right, I won the tournament, so I got an extra $500. Then I fought the secret boss battles, and then I beat both of them, both of the players that they had there. So I caked out hard that North Carolina tournament. But yeah, I would say that's kind of what Jibbo's tweet reminded me of, was that tournament in particular.
That's so interesting. It really speaks to the difference in the era of the pre-internet, pre-international, and pre-tour competitive era, because we were all so isolated and it was so hard to gauge who was actually good at anything. The world was so much bigger back then, and we did not know anything. Like, we didn't know how to play the games. We didn't know who was good. We didn't know where the good players were. The games were less explored. And so just like that's like a microcosm right there, where those two players were seen as gods of the games. You spend 2 days, you learn it, and you destroy their whole reality, right? Now we have tours that literally rank you globally, like 1 through 100. And also there's like online tournaments with the whole nation every single week, multiple times a week. You know exactly where you stand. Like, there's no mystery anymore. There's no East versus West. There's no Florida versus Texas. There's no regional rivalries, not because like the hype or anything is gone, but I just think the barriers have been broken down so much where it's like there's very little to discover in that sense, and you have to just be completely self-motivated to get through any plateaus, because you will get ego checked so quick. Like, yeah, you are here on the totem pole and there's no mistaking it. Back then you could be like, I think I'm the best in the world, I don't know, even though you've only played the handful of people in your state. You could at least have that fantasy. So you were breaking that world for them.
I do miss the rivalries between kind of like that state stuff like that. It still happens here and there, but yeah, like you mentioned, it's not as common anymore because online tournaments are so popular now. Everyone can just play Punk or Do, let's say, for Street Fighter 6. Almost every day they can play them, right? Or run into them in bracket. I would say back in the day, like, it was harder to get good because if you don't have the resources compared to now, then I guess that's the harder part, right? But if you had a really good flowchart, a really good gimmick back in the day, then you were pretty much kind of unstoppable at that time, right? That was the only hard part. While gimmicks now can be broken down within like a few minutes, because now like a new DLC character comes out, Twitter's already on it, right? All the Twitter FGC people, optimal combo in the 1 hour frame one, everything like that. So it's definitely a interesting era, but I mean, I love it now because it's so much easier to learn fighting games. It's way faster compared to back in the day where it took much longer to get good in fighting games.
So you think overall it's better? Because I feel like a real big reason why we see so many people complain, even though I think things are actually pretty good, that era of discovery, that period is shortened from years to minutes now. And coupled a little bit with like game design, where games I think are a little bit more streamlined and execution barriers make things a lot quicker. But on top of that, just we have the entire world all at once collaborating to solve fighting game problems where that didn't exist before. I think that's what a lot of people love, is figuring a game out, because I think most fighting games are actually just kind of bad. like competitively is what I mean. Yeah. Because imagine if a game like MVC2 dropped today, as it is today, that game would get torn to shreds so quick. If the entire planet was working on it, and you know how people would complain like, oh, you have to play X, Y, or Z meta, like I think people would be super negative about it. If Third Strike dropped today, how many people would be like, oh, Chun-Li's broken, this and that. I think people love that period of like figuring things out as you go. And the end goal, the end state, is not really what people love about most fighting games. It's the journey along the way is a perspective I have. I don't know if you feel that way at all, and the difference of the eras.
I guess maybe for me, because I played at like arcades for my whole life and I had to spend money to learn how to play the character. I think the way I learn a game or a character is just faster than most. So I feel like me learning a game back in the day versus me learning the game now, the timeline is still pretty similar. In terms of I'll be able to figure out a flowchart on how to win in like the same time. Because anytime a new fighting game did come out into Chinatown Fair, I would still be one of the only people that would have like a large win streak because I already kind of like can guess on how do I make a character work, because it's just based off fundamentals, right? You might not know using the mechanics or anything like that, but you will always know how to anti-air, right? You always know like a fireball DP. You always know like, okay, this is how sweeps are always going to be broken during time frame. Like, are sweeps good? Are throws good? Is your dash and how's your mobility, or like how's your anti-airs? Like those are the things that I always kind of like use when I learn a new fighting game. Are all these five things good? If they're not, then replace it with like a different button, or like what's my far range button, or what's a good abusable button? Do I have any light strings or anything like that? So I kind of run the same flowchart even from back in the day to now, and it still gives me kind of like similar results. Obviously, it's easier now because I'm not known to have optimal combos. Now I can do optimal combos if I see something on Twitter, but it's very easy for me to make up my own combos that can really get me still, I would say, the win at the end of the day.
Do you feel that as the meta evolves, though, like when I look at you, I mean, I went to Liquipedia to crunch the numbers a little bit, just on Liquipedia, which I'm sure is completely missing probably 75% of your history of fighting games, just based on how long you've been doing it. You've had first place major wins and at least 19 titles from Liquipedia alone, and I don't think they tracked anything pre 2008, really.
Yeah, I don't think they tracked pre 2008 as
so
well.
There's close to like a decade of results missing there. And you're someone I like you mentioned there, you're always on the forefront of any fighting game release. It doesn't matter which game you pick, Mortal Kombat, Killer Instinct, whatever it is. If a new game releases, you are a likely candidate to be winning early tournaments in that game. As the metas develop over time, did you feel yourself being squeezed or pushed to a certain direction to hyper optimize in one game and kind of abandon others? And what was the difference in that competitive meta between farming estates, showing up, beating them in 20 different games, versus suddenly, like, did you feel like you had to start focusing on individual titles more to maintain that level of success?
I think for focusing on individual titles became more popular because obviously you have other players that played multiple fighting games as well too, only focus on one, right? My prime example would be like Tokido, and he would only focus on only Street Fighter 5 or then only Street Fighter 6. I would say for me it was definitely pressured based off the sponsor. They're the ones that were like, okay, you should only play Street Fighter 5, or you should only play whatever main game that we sign you for. So that kind of sucked because that was the period where I only had to play Street Fighter 5. And I enjoy playing Street Fighter 5, but I just couldn't stand the online. That's just the one thing. I just couldn't stand it. It was just driving me insane. But traveling to all the tournaments to play in Street Fighter 5 and getting these points because of the Capcom Cup, all that type of stuff, it was still really fun, but I felt like it wasn't me anymore. I would say during that time, because I love playing every fighting game, and I get kind of, I would say, bored if I only just play one fighting game at a time. But I did feel like I had a good amount of success in Street Fighter 5 just because like I did really well getting points. I always qualified for Capcom Cup when I like only focused on Street Fighter 5, and I would say even the non-CPT tournaments, I would be able to travel to them and win most of them. There was a period, I mean, I was farming a lot of the Wizard World Street Fighter 5 tournaments. They had a really good payout. I think it was like $2,000 for first place. Like, they pay out extremely well. And there was just a lot of tournaments that had Street Fighter 5 as like their main title, and they had like really good payouts for it. So besides that, And I think what's really helped me with Street Fighter 5 as well too, the blessing, was that a lot of the international tournaments, they wanted to fly me out to their country and play like with their locals, and and it was a points thing, right? So I don't think I ever said no. I always went to every Street Fighter 5 like tournaments when I got invited, because it's like free flight, hotel, I check out the country, and I play in a tournament. And most of the time, I would say I won every international tournament that I went to. I think the only one I didn't win was when I went to Spain. I think I got like second or third or something. But when I went to South America, I think I won every like South America CPT tournament when I was invited, and I even won the Manila Cup one when I got invited to that one as well too. So even though I was only focusing on one game at the time, I feel like everyone else was also pressured to only play Street Fighter 5, right? Because all the sponsors only cared about Capcom Cup. So I guess after I left Evo Geniuses and I joined Echo Fox, where there was a little bit more freedom and I could play other games again, that's kind of where I was like, okay, I'm more back in my happy state. Just because just playing one game was brutal. Just because it's like, I don't know. I guess I get kind of bored just waiting there. Because the flow chart of playing only Street Fighter 5 was you show up to your pools. Let's say you got 10 a.m. pools. You finish at 12. Even earlier, if you stay winners the whole entire time, your day is done until Saturday.
Yeah.
I hated that. I was so bored. I just went back to my hotel room. It was so boring during that time frame. I completely hated it. So yeah, I would say I think that's kind of what made me stop becoming a one man game specialist type of guy.
That's interesting because I've always just played one game in tournament. I've always just played Street Fighter. So when I look at someone like a like you, maybe like a Pierre Rog, a Chris G, whatever, like some of you guys who are known for playing a lot of games, I'm like, what the hell? like, how are you doing this? I feel like I would be so exhausted. Because you're waiting in one bracket. Sometimes you have to tell the bracket runner for the other guy, hey, sorry, they're playing in this tournament right now. Hold that match for a few minutes while they play that, and you're switching gears between games. You didn't find that more exhausting? You preferred that to having more of a open day?
Yeah. I prefer just constantly playing and playing, I guess, because it's what I've been doing since 2001. So it's kind of like I'm used to that. I think it's also because if I'm not doing anything, then I'll get hungry, and I'm like, what do I do? Just go get food by myself or something like that, because everyone else pools are just different and everything.
Right.
I kind of just don't want to just sit there and stand around, or if I'm watching another tournament, um, and I see the top 8, and I'm just like, damn, I would have won this tournament if I participated. A lot of times I have like that thought in my head, because I'm like, okay, this person's gonna do this, and then I would respond with this, and it kind of usually happens the way I guess foretelled in my head. So it makes me a little bit salty. So that's why I kind of like enjoy playing the multi fighting games, just because one, I've been doing it forever, and two, it's just like I just love just playing in general. Like
Right.
if I can't play, then I'm just like, why am I here, or what am I doing? Because I just can't stand waiting. I hate waiting. Even though I wait in game, I hate waiting in real life. It just drives me insane.
I feel like that's the mark of a good fighting game player. I feel like that's the main motivating factor. I hate waiting in games too. That's why I can never play like a MOBA or League of Legends, whatever. Just get me in the game and let me start playing right away. And it sounds like your main motivating factor, though, is you just didn't want anyone to think they were nice. Oh, you won that tournament? You think you're nice? If I was allowed to enter, if these sponsors took off the shackles on me, I would have won that tournament free.
It's possible. I mean, there's times I did think like, I could have beaten the first place guy for sure. A lot of times I thought about that when I was only playing Street Fighter 5, but I think I don't think I'm the only person that thinks about stuff like that. I think a lot of other
it's every
multi fighting game players. Right, that's normal.
If I watch any random tournament, even if it's not true, even if I'm watching Punk play, and I'm like, man, I would have won. I think if you're a competitor, you have a little bit of that in you, a little bit when you're like, oh, I'm gonna sit this tournament out, and then you watch it, and you still feel like low key, like, oh man, I could have beat these guys. Like, that's just being a competitor. So I can imagine you being in every game all the time, and then stopping that. You're surrounded by that feeling, so I can see how that can be a constant source of struggle for you.
It definitely is, but like I said, once I left the sponsorship with the teams, I was able to play a lot more, so that made me a bit more motivated to play even more.
I see. But even to take it back a little bit, to get into that era, you started talking about Street Fighter 4 a little bit when things started changing. Before that occurred, though, we have to touch upon it. I know they've been talked to death a million times. There's two big moments from your career that happened in that pre-09 era, before everything blew up. Of course, there's Evo Moment 37, and then there's the Justin Wong comeback in MVC 2 in 2007. Now, we don't have to go into too much detail about them. I feel like you've talked about this a billion times, but of course, Evo Moment 37, probably the most historic comeback of all time in esports, period.
Yeah.
When did you know that moment was going to become something, or it was going to become a moment? Because from my understanding of the timeline, it wasn't really till like post 2009 that started to pick up steam retroactively and become something that the greater gaming community took note of. So what did you notice about the explosion of that, or how was the time frame when that started to come back and people would be like, hey, you're that guy from Evo Moment 37?
So Evo Moment 37, I mean, you're right. It didn't officially pop off until after the 2009, during pretty much the streaming and YouTube era. During the 2004 to up to 2009, nobody at tournaments would come up to me and be like, yo, how'd you feel about Evo Moment 37? Nobody. There was no like interview or anything about like, what are your thoughts about it until afterwards. So it really became more of a popular thing way down on the line. But the one thing that Evo Moment 37 did help with the FGC during that time frame was that it brought back it brought life back in Third Strike in the world, because Third Strike was also kind of like a dying game outside of Japan. Nobody really liked Third Strike, or everybody was kind of like giving up on playing Third Strike. But once Moment 37 happened, it actually replaced Marvel 2, because Marvel 2 would be the closeout of every Evo. But then it became Third Strike closing out every Evo after 2004. So I would say for that, it helped the scene just becoming more of a Third Strike, I would say, centered community, where now we have two main games that people play, Marvel 2 and Third Strike, right? But then afterwards, Moment 37 really became it just really became streamlined. I don't even know when or which event it happened, but it was maybe it was like one of those like old Live on 3 streams that like Slasher and DJ Weed and Sir Scoots did, where they started bringing on how the FGC is going to be the new thing, where Street Fighter 4 is going to pop off. And I think that's when they started doing more research and talking about like, like Evil Moment 37 was this like crazy thing that nobody really knows. And then I guess after that, people started knowing about it. But I would say the Yipes comeback, it's not as influential compared to Evil Moment 37. I think only people within the FGC talks about it, but they don't really talk about it how like casual people talk about it,
Right.
Because now even to this day, people would be like, "Yo, Justin Wong, yo, I love that comeback that you did against the Chung-Li player." Sometimes people think I'm the Ken. So it's like they know.
Let's go, Justin. Right? It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, they know it exists,
right?
But they don't know like the lore between it, right? And I don't think the me versus Yipes, like it was a really great comeback. But when you compare the two comebacks, I would say the Marvel 2 one is definitely harder, but it's too long. It's like a 2-minute video or whatever. While Evil Moment 37 was like the perfect length for the casual human brain to not be like, all right, I'm tired of watching this, right?
Right.
So it really is the perfect comeback.
I would say those two, though, were still very influential even back when I was joining the community, because maybe the Marvel comeback was a little bit too long, but I think what sticks out is Justin Wong. I mean,
the commentator, Lawrence.
Yes, Lawrence, thank you. I know you and Yipes recently had the video posted with the Evo squad reviewing that moment. I didn't know the commentator's name, but that sound bite, I think, just sticks in people's minds. It stuck in my mind from the time I heard it. And the interesting thing about those two moments is, you didn't win any of those tournaments, right? Like
I did not.
The Yipes ended up winning that Evo, and you only got 2 games on him. I was checking the numbers, so that was winners finals. He beat you 2-1, and he beat you 3-1 in grand finals.
Yeah.
And then neither you nor Daigo won that Evo for Third Strike. KO won that kind of free over all of you, and that was losers finals. And so looking back at it, the winner of these tournaments it didn't survive history. And so it kind of brings into question, like, what is greater? Is it the moment, that's literally in the name, or like the championship? And for you, you've won so many Evos over the years, especially during this era, the pre-2009 era. What do you think about that? Like, when you think about legacy, or like what has the most impact, is it these moments or the championship? And what do you value more looking back?
Oh man, it's tough, just because I do think the moments overshine the winners of the tournament. Like, there was an Evo FGC interview I think they did a few months back where they asked the question of who won Third Strike in 2004, and literally most people did say Daigo.
Yep.
Most people did say Daigo, right? And it's just like, damn, like a lot of people are just so focused on the viral moment. But I would say it really comes down to the commentators giving an amazing storyline, which the first place champion can override the moment, because then the champion becomes the moment itself. Like, I think the perfect example is like Arslan and Ash winning Tekken, right? Because that's like a crazy champion win and all crazy moment, because he's this guy from Pakistan who had the most biggest struggle to try to get a visa to compete and everything, right? So the commentator is consistently telling this story, and I guess that becomes a moment itself. Because when you think about 2007, me and Yipes, right? Yipes won Evo. I did not win, but people talk about that. There was no commentators like that. There was just like sound bites here and there, right? But there was no official like broadcast team that's like, hey, we're gonna commentate this tournament or whatever, right? 2004, same thing with Seth Killian. My man, he had the big camcorder. He just, really just talking like here and there, but there was no like top 8 storyline the whole entire time. It's not like he recorded the whole top 8 and was like, KO from Japan is like the best in the world and nobody has ever beaten him or anything like that. That all that storyline is like not said during that time frame. Well, now I think you don't really get that many moments anymore, but the commentators just do such a great job at bringing that. So it's really hard for a moment to kind of like override the champion. I would say now the only time I could think about if when a moment was greater than the champion was meme moments. For example, Woshige
Yeah.
standing up in Guilty Gear, right? I don't even know who won the tournament. Actually, I don't even know who won the tournament, but I remember
neither.
Woshige standing up, and the what are you standing up for really smoked him that tournament, and that was really funny. For me, that was really funny. But for 2015, I know KBR won Marvel 3 just because I feel like his story of coming from Chile, him grinding all these tournaments, and him fighting F Champ at Winter Brawl and just getting disrespected.
Oh yeah,
that was already a big storyline, and that becomes a moment itself, right? So I think like it's really up to the broadcast team to really push those stories onto the champions.
That's true. I think we're all getting older in the FGC, and I think we've come to realize how important it is to tell these stories as they're happening and retroactively capture them, because so much of this has been left to like the footage graveyards, or all these stories have been left behind. Because stuff like that pains me too. When they ask the audience who won that Evo, nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Yeah, now as I'm getting older, I'm seeing it in real time for my era, and I'm like, oh god, I gotta step in and do something about this. The kids need to know what went down here. But I still feel like moments still occur. I mean, Blad's getting second place at Capcom Cup. That's probably going to outlive Kakadu getting first. You know what I mean? I feel like we're still seeing that to this day.
That's tough, because I feel like Kakeru winning is like, I don't know. I think that was really cool that he won. But yeah, I do think Blad's storyline was really, really that important. But I mean, if you look at the previous Capcom Cup, I mean, everyone still remembers Uma winning, right? Well, like, what was the storyline besides that, besides Uma winning from last year?
Exactly. I don't want to get into.
Yeah,
I don't want to get into last year. I don't.
Everyone knows Uma won.
Yeah, but that's. I think the storyline is what was the storyline.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there wasn't really a storyline. Everyone just got bodied.
Yeah,
the death pool.
I think that's the problem. Sometimes our stories don't come together. I mean, I hate to sound like I'm ragging on Uma every time it comes up. I tend to have a negative tone with that one, but I feel like the big takeaway was a big question mark. like what? And then it was over. So
yeah,
we still have some ironing out to do to highlight our players, because it would have been much better, in my opinion, if we knew about Uma ahead of time, right? If we could have done something better with the format to make it so that it wasn't an unknown player to the casual audience completely winning, because Uma was not unknown due to any lack of effort. He was going to tournaments and entering and trying. The format just didn't give him any exposure.
I guess that makes sense, because he qualified off points, and only time I know of Uma is because of the online tournament that ICFC did, that Nintendo Media they did. Right, that's the only time I know about Uma, and I just see F Champ destroying Uma every week. That was literally my known knowledge of Uma, is like I just see F Champ just smoking this jury player.
Right.
And I'm just, so when I'm seeing him winning Capcom Cup, I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Everybody just has a great day. That's just what it comes down to.
F Champ said they're like, just like you all those other tournaments, I could have won $1 million.
Yeah, I could have won $1 million. I beat this guy every week. That's probably what he would say.
Exactly, yeah. Well, like I said, we still have some to iron out to make sure these moments are preserved. But you did have a big moment going from the pre 2009 to 2009 era. You already mentioned it a little bit ahead of this, so I'm gonna go ahead and do something interesting here. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna play a clip for you, Justin, and then I want you to describe for the audio listeners at home what's going on in this clip. So I'm gonna share my screen here. So this is 2009 going to 2010. Things were changing in the FGC. So can you describe what's going on in this clip, Justin?
I got into a car, and don't look at the way I put on the seatbelt, but just know that my windows are tinted, so it's completely black. So I'm driving a car completely blind, sort of, not really blind, but there's at least a 6-frame delay from the camera that they have installed on the top of the hood. And I crashed the whole set. But just know that I don't have a driver license, and they actually made me drive a car without a driver license, right? That's all I'm going to say. And just know this, Brian, I did not get last place on this challenge. I actually got second to last. So, you know, you gotta take that into account. That I wasn't the worst driver. I was not a worst driver. The person that got last was, I believe, Vanessa, and she lives in California. So that means she has to learn how to drive. So I beat a seasoned driver in a driving challenge. So
okay,
with a 6-frame delay on the camera.
I see you have the OSs ready after a decade plus here, because I didn't know you had to drive in the reaction to the camera delay. I can,
it's
as a gamer,
window.
I understand now. I understand.
Yeah.
So this was the game show. I'm assuming that your parents saw that exposed the fact that you were a semi-professional gamer on the weekends for years leading up to this point, and also the game show that you were disconnected from the world when you were going to become not a semi-pro but an actual sponsored professional player.
Yep, you are correct. This is the same show.
Wow. So how did this show end up? Did you end up winning the whole thing, or what was the actual conclusion?
No, I actually got 5th place on that show. And, you know, 5th place didn't get anything. We pretty much, it's either you get 1st place, which gives you the $100,000 win, or you're also paid like per day. So I was there for at least like, I think 28 days. So I got paid during that time, I think like $200-300 a day. It was really cool. I mean, I had a blast. It was just the only problem was I just lost in the dumbest way possible, right? So I got to the final 4, and it was me playing Forza. And the reason why I lost was we had to drive with our feet. We were put in straitjackets. Like, so I'm in a straitjacket, and I have to use my left foot to like steer the wheel, and my right foot to use the gas pedal and brake at the same time. So that was the challenge, and yeah, I got eliminated in that one, and I was just so pissed. I was just like, God damn it, I lost because I was in a straitjacket. It was a driving challenge.
Again, seems to be your weakness.
Again, dumbass driving challenge. But I don't think I would have won 1st place anyway, even if I got through that challenge, because the 1st place was like you had to win 3 games. It was like Blah's Blue, which I would have won. Then there was Rock Band, which I think I would have won that because I'm good at rhythm games. But then the 3rd game was Halo, right? Because the new Halo game is coming out. So if you tied, because it's like 1 point, 1 point, and Halo's 2 points. If you tie, then you do a sudden death match in Halo again. So I wasn't gonna win against, I would say, the person that won, Cat Gun, because she is a professional FPS player during that time, during that era. I don't think I would have won regardless, because I would have won Blah's Blue, potentially won Rock Band, but would have lost the Halo both times, right? So yeah, ultimately it kind of sucks that I lost though. I was sad, but it was a really good experience. I never was done all these challenges before, and I was on TV, right? I was on TV, so that was really cool.
Right. And your life really changed after that, because suddenly, you know, you're coming clean to your parents about your history of being a competitive fighting game player, and now you're getting the call to become the 2nd officially professional American fighting game player, signing with Evil Geniuses, which kickstarts off the era of like EG Justin Wong and the EG Fighting Game Squad, which I think is super iconic to many people from that era of all the top level EG players. Like if you're on EG, that was like the pinnacle. There was nothing. There was nothing greater, no greater achievement you could have in that esports sense at that time in the FGC. So, what was the difference between the pre-EG era and post-EG era? And can you describe like how your life changed for that moment? Because I'm assuming now you went from working part-time or maybe full-time at your Circuit City and Dave and Buster's and doing the random tournaments did you go immediately then at that point to full-time gaming with a salary, going to tournaments? What was that transition like, and how did things change?
I guess I didn't really go full time yet, because I think during that time frame, sponsorship was still kind of like, the money was pretty low, right? It's a new thing, and we don't know how much we were worth back in the day. And I was only getting, as my first year player contract, I only got like 1,000 a month. So I didn't know if that was like reasonable, if that was good, or whatever. Thinking about it now, I guess I could have probably argued for like maybe 2,000 as a start from that time frame, 2010. But in my head, I was like, wait, they're trying to pay me 1,000 a month, and they pay for flight and hotel to every tournament I go to. Yeah, I mean, that was a no-brainer at the time, because I literally didn't have to pay out of my pocket to go to these tournaments anymore, right? And I got a free hotel. I didn't have to split a room with like 50 other people. So to me, that was like instantly yes, because I would say I was working at the Family Fun Arcade in California. This is when I moved to California. So I worked at Family Fun Arcade as like the token guy. So I would say gradually I quit once I like was able to go to so many tournaments, because this is when more tournaments started becoming a thing, and they started having majors everywhere. They had like those Evo points where you get like first place seed, because at that time it was still like important to win Evos, right? It still is important to win Evos, but there was no tours yet, right? It was just Evo and a bunch of other tournaments like ESWC trying to like put in big prize pools for Street Fighter 4. And I went to all those tournaments, and that kind of where it changed a lot, where I was like, okay, I'm gonna travel as much as I can, and it's just free traveling. So that it was instantly a profit for me, just because it's like, even though 1,000 a month doesn't sound high, it's not as a salary, but if you had the power to like win every tournament and travel for free, then that's where the big profit really comes in, because they didn't take a cut. Because I know some other contracts, player contracts, they take like 15%, 20%. They were like, yeah, we won't take a cut from you like at all. So I kept all the prize money in there. And it's all cash too, right? So it just makes it even easier. So it was like, yeah, such a huge win. I would say the second year, I think that's when they offered me like 3,000, and that's kind of where it started to be like, oh shit, 3,000, what a come up, right? And I go to travel all these tournaments as well too, and there was no restriction of like you could only focus on one game. So I still played like every game, and I still was winning like majority of the tournaments, or at least getting second. And yeah, I felt like I was cashing out huge during that era, where just travel around all over America, sometimes around different countries, and experiencing all this type of stuff. Like, I was doing really good for myself.
Right. It seems like that was kind of the peak balance between the esports era and the farming era, right? Because I just don't think that exists anymore, really. Like the ability to farm so many tournaments, it's just like, especially the big ones, it just doesn't exist. Like the only people who are able to win the big ones, first of all, it's so competitive, and you're competing with the international audience. It's like it's 30 players that are fighting for first place, really. So your odds are really bad to win the big ones for the prize pool, and then you're putting all your energy into that. But that era was like the sweet spot. You're starting to get the contract, starting to get a salary position, and you can still now farm, but it's all profit because you got rid of the big expense, which was travel, the flight, the hotel, and everything. So it's all gravy at that point. And that was a really interesting time for me. That's when I joined the scene. I could see you and other people every weekend, every other tournament doing that. At the same time, there was all the people who weren't sponsored doing the same thing, which was always a mystery to me. I was like, how they
do it?
Yeah. This was when the concept of a professional player was really fuzzy, which it still is today. It's something that I talk about a lot. People call anyone who shows up on stream a couple times a year like a pro
player. Yeah.
Right. So
I see it too. I get it.
Right. And so back then I thought that too, and then, until eventually the illusion was destroyed when I started going to tournaments, and I'm like, what do these guys do? How are they alive? Like there's no money anywhere. How are they surviving like this?
People were like, hey man, like how can I get a sponsorship? Like I wish I could get a sponsorship. Like I'm 1,800 MR, 2,000 MR. Like how can I get people to notice me, right? I'm like, well, you have to invest in yourself, right? And they're like, what if I'm broke? What if I don't have money? Then go get a job and do that. Because I tell them, like, I used to spend my own money to go to these tournaments. So I tell people you need to invest in yourself as well too. Go to a tournament, pull an upset, get experience. Like it's not just like you're good at online and make 2000 MR every time the points reset and be like, hey, I deserve a sponsorship, right?
Yeah, and don't you think the model has changed entirely? And this was a big topic I wanted to get into with you. The concept of being a pro versus being like a content creator or influencer, and how those lines are very blurred right now, and what is even worth it, because what does it even mean to be a pro player, I think, is a very ambiguous designation. And there's a handful of people on the planet I could look to be like, that's a pro player, right? Like you look at like a Tokido. I think Tokido is the prototypical to me pro player.
Yeah.
Like if you want the gold standard, you look at Tokido. And then even I look at Punk and I'm like, Punk's a pro player to me, but also he's like really a content creator, streamer personality as well. Like a big part of what he does to me is being content creation. And there's also eras where it feels like he's more focused on streaming versus competing. And then he gets back into competitive mode and wins Evo when he wants to, right? So I think that's very ambiguous these days. And what is even like worth pursuing? And like if I was that Dalsum player, if I were talking to them, I would say like just start doing YouTube and streaming and make money, make buzz organically online, and get your name out there. And just if you're good enough online right now, you'll get into Capcom Cup. Like if you're actually that good, there's no barrier to entry. So
yeah, for sure.
What do you need to be sponsored for? First of all, there's even that question. What is even the point?
The easiest way to get sponsored now, currently, is if you qualify for EWC, right? That's kind of like what last year showed us, was if you qualify for EWC, your DMs will instantly start hitting. Like once this is funny because it was so fast. Lex last year, he got third at Evo Japan, right? Qualified for EWC, amazing placement at Evo Japan. We went to have dinner the same day, right? And I told him, like, yeah, you're probably gonna get a DM like pretty soon, just because of how big EWC it seems like it's gonna be with its team championships. Literally, once I said that during dinner, he had like 5 DMs. Hey, congratulations, Evo Japan. We would like to talk to you about joining our team and blah blah blah.
Right.
So it literally happened the same timing as he qualified, right? So I would say I would expect similar situations to happen for this year for EWC. So I guess the craziest part for me is that these teams don't care about Capcom Cup. They only cared about EWC because we noticed last year a lot of players got dropped right after EWC finished, even though they qualified for Capcom Cup. And I guess that's kind of what makes it hard, as like what makes a professional fighting game player, because these are short as contracts. I think Broski also talked about how he got offered a sponsorship and it was like very short, and instead of like investing 2-3 years, it was like kind of like a 6-month thing, and he just turned it down. And I mean, I guess it's just quick big money for a lot of people to just get it, but it just kind of hurts like your future in terms of like you should fight for longevity. And you're right, you should start doing YouTube, you should start doing streaming. You have to be a multitasker, and that's also what I learned as well, is like I can't just only be a professional fighting game player. I think what really made me change my attitude was the pandemic, COVID. Because during that time frame, I was still only focusing on tournaments. I didn't really focus on YouTube that much. I did like YouTube videos here and there, but not serious. But during the pandemic, I realized, all right, everything's canceled. There's no more tournaments. Online sucks. There was no rollback for lots of the big games yet, or if it was, Street Fighter 5 didn't do a great job of rollback. I had to see what can I do? How can I change it up, right? So I think that's when I really put all my eggs in the basket, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna just focus on just upping my social media game up, doing YouTube, streaming a lot more on Twitch, because there's nothing else to really do. You can't really travel, right? And it really was the biggest payout I ever had in history, was literally just putting my eggs in the basket and just making a big YouTube channel. And like it really was like the best thing that ever happened, I would say.
Interesting. I do think COVID was a huge wake-up call to pretty much everybody in the FGC, myself included, right? That's also You were leading the forefront there. I went really hard on content creation at the time. Punk, a lot of the people in the FGC made that pivot because you were kind of forced to. But I think there might have been a bigger payout you had before that. Hold on, I got another thing I want to share with you. Give me a.
I don't think so, to be honest.
Let's see. Well, let me jog your memory real quick. 1 second here. Can you describe to the people what we're looking at here, Justin?
The Bud Light.
I thought this might have been a pretty good payout. I don't know.
It was it was a really good payout. What was it? It was like $25,000, I believe.
Oh,
it was a $25,000 like sponsorship for like 1 year. So that was really cool. Yeah, $25,000 sponsorship for 1 year. But no, we didn't really have to do anything. It was just like you're giving them the rights to put you on their website or whatever, right? I would say, but I felt like I worked pretty hard on that, like in terms of just marketing and pushing the numbers and everything like that to make sure I get voted in as like the FGC person for Bud Light All Stars. But yeah, I would say that's not. I mean, okay, 25,000. It's a lot of money for sure, right?
I'd put on a Bud Light hat for
yeah,
for 25K.
But I think compared to now, it's like I make a lot more money based off just content creation.
Right.
But
I guess I brought that up because that's my favorite Justin Wong meme of all time. I have a real soft spot for that photo. But also how you were even then that was 2017, right? You were in the influencer game even back then, pre-COVID. Like you had started to dabble in this world, and that's still when you're heavy competing. I mean, you got like 5th place at Capcom Cup 2018, and you're on Echo Fox, which this is like the Gilded era is what I describe it as. That 2017 to 2019 era of especially Street Fighter 5, and especially when Echo Fox was active, esports the bubble was as big as it ever got. That was right before it burst. People were getting insane contracts.
It was crazy. It was crazy because I remember that same exact day. Okay, I was in the Philippines. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go on a vacation, and this is where I was like, all right, I'm gonna leave Evo Geniuses and I'm going to do solo and do my own thing, right? Get my own sponsors and everything like that, which I did in 2019. But 2017, I was already thinking about stuff like that, right? And I literally get a DM from Echo Fox, and they're like, "Hey, we want to sign you, and we will give you 12,000 a month." And I said, "All right, I'm joining Echo Fox," just straight up.
Right.
And so I did that for 2 years, and obviously, I was able to do a lot more with Echo Fox and get a lot more brand deals like Bud Light and everything. So it was really definitely a crazy year before the esports FGC bubble popped, where they're like, "Yo, we're paying people too much." But that was pretty much where I would say Aquafox kind of started the trend of just like paying people way too much, and every other team had to follow suit because all the other players were like they were realizing how much players were getting paid. But then I think it normalized. Like now it's like very normalized, very averaged out.
Right. Yeah, I just remember looking back to that era and just being like, what was going on? But everything post that time shrunk, and then COVID accelerated it. But you could even see post 2017, the scale of things was starting to shrink. Even Capcom Cup, right? Because 2017, when Meta One was at the PlayStation Experience, that convention center, biggest stage I'd seen Capcom Cup ever, right? And then 2018, when you had your top 8 run, was just at the Luxor, like the esports arena, the tiny ass arena, and I was like, this is just not the same. Like, and then 2019 and beyond was in LA and like random clubs, and it just wasn't quite there. And the esports org started pulling out, and then COVID accelerated that. So the writing was on the wall that, you know, everything had kind of downscaled at that time.
But I would say that in the whole me becoming already I was in the influencer market, it was because of the teams. Because if you have a really good esports team, then you would have to do sponsor activations, like do a beta pro at like a PAX or TwitchCon or something like that, right? So if you have a good team to put you on for stuff like that, it really already puts you in that market, because you're going to meet people that doesn't go to your major tournaments, that doesn't go to Evo and everything like that. And that's kind of how I guess I got into it, because Evo Genius would send me to PAX to do like beta pro for like HyperX for like many of years. But then that's where I met people from like Logitech. I met people from like Razer, like and then I worked with them in the future. It was because of those opportunities of me being blessed on joining a really good team and giving me those opportunities to go to these trade show events where I met all these people at like those Twitch parties, right? We're like, hey, I work for this company. I know who you are. I'm a big fan. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I never seen you at an FGC tournament.
Right.
But you know, like, right, if you're a big fan, like I never seen you at a big FGC tournament. But I mean, if you know who I am and you know about the scene, then sure, maybe we could do something, right? And
Right.
that's kind of how it all turned out for me in 2019, where I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get my own sponsors and see how I can make this work.
Right. And it's interesting to see that, because you were just describing how the Street Fighter V era, like the tour era, I would also say, right? Like focusing on
Yeah.
one game as things got bigger and bigger, more global, and the competition kept increasing. You had to zoom in on one game that kind of burned you out, where like what your actual passion is to play in many different games. Really, what we're seeing now is that you're able to capitalize on this like 2 decades of expertise you built across the genre, and now you can cash in on that to a degree. Like, hey, I'm the guy who won 1 million fighting games. If any new fighting game comes out, like I will have a valuable perspective on it because I've established this expertise over years. So it really, I feel like, worked out greatly in your favor to be able to get back to those roots to a degree via content creation in that sense. So when it came like post COVID, and even now with like Street Fighter 6 coming out this time, where you like really solidified yourself as, I'm going to focus more on exploring fighting games as a whole, as a genre, and more of the content creator influencer space? Or was there a part of you that was like, oh, maybe I'll lock in for Street Fighter 6 and buckle down? What was your mindset going into this new era we're in?
I think COVID really killed I would say, my aspirations of just becoming the best. Just because it's like literally the whole 2 to 3 years, it was like me turning on the stream and then turning that stream into like a YouTube VOD. But like the content was like me playing all these old games, or me playing these old games I never played before, and seeing how people thoroughly enjoyed watching it. But also I also enjoyed the stupid brokenness non-QA tested games as well too. And it really showed how much I love fighting games, right? And and this is not even just a competitive level, it's just like a casual level, because sometimes I'm playing these games where there's no online multiplayer. It's just me playing against the computer, me going through what the game has to offer me in arcade mode or story mode or whatever, and I'm just thoroughly enjoying it. Even to this day, anytime I never played a fighting game, I'm excited to just see how I can break it down. What's the ending of it, or can I learn something from it? I feel like, I guess maybe it's because I'm comfortable and stable, where I don't really have to think about playing competitively. Because I can go to like a tournament and be like, hey, hit up the tournament organizer. Hey, can I get a booth? I'll come to your tournament and everything. Like, we'll commentate your tournament. And I would make more money having a booth, just creating content, versus winning the actual tournament itself. So I feel like the stress is like, I guess it's not stressful, and I guess I'm just really complacent. That's what it comes down to. And I know a lot of people would say like, hey, I'm gonna come back and play professionally or whatever, and a lot of times they don't. I don't want to say I'm going to, or I want to lock in to play competitively. It's more of just like, I'm in such a very comfortable spot where I know what works and what's, getting the bills done, what's going to the savings for my daughter.
With over 100 years of a family-owned company, discover the true value of gardening with EB Stone, where innovation meets sustainability. From fertilizers to soils, EB Stone has perfected formulas to support your garden's growth. Ready to elevate your garden?
And I think that also plays a factor, where it's like, if I go to a tournament and I like suck ass, where I don't even like win anything, I would feel very bad just coming home, where like, damn, I wasted a whole weekend and I didn't get anything done, and it didn't really help Harper out, So I guess that's kind of where I also come from, because I kind of, I'm not, I would say I'm not the biggest risk taker in game, but also in real life. So I try to play everything super safe.
It's so interesting you say that. I see that. I definitely see that perspective in what you just described, right? You're focusing on stability now at this point in your career, and you put in your 10 billion hours, right? You've won all the tournaments almost. I mean, they've created new tournaments beyond since your prime. So maybe like an esports World Cup or a Capcom Cup would be like the last remaining titles you can even get, which I guess is also unfortunate. I feel like the big money titles all came after you've won so many.
It came after,
right?
Yeah.
Like looking through Wikipedia, your winnings for winning so many titles are less than one Capcom Cup. I don't think it's obviously not counting your millions of small tournaments and other things, but like of like the modern era tournaments, official Evos, because you won so many Evos, but the prize pools for those were so low, and now one Capcom Cup is like so $1 million, right? It's like just you were in your prime in a different era. But it's funny you say that you weren't taking risk in real life, because like the one common theme when doing all these discussions with people who've had a great success in this area, they've all dedicated their lives from a very young age. And I mean, I guess to be fair to you, you had the most balance. You had a day job while doing all this. You did split your attention.
I listened to your episode with Punk, and you know how Punk told you how he quit his job quit his school to play fighting games. I was like, I couldn't do that. Like and that's not to say like that's bad on Punk. It was just more of like he felt that he could do it without going to school, and like everything was going to work out. For me, it's also a different era, a different time frame where there was no way it would have worked if I would just like drop out of school and didn't have a part-time job. There was like, how would I get to the tournament in the first place, right? So like, because at least for him, you know, he was automatically pretty much sponsored by Panda pretty early on, right? And then streaming was also a factor where his streams were really like popular even before it got to this point where he's doing really good for himself. So he had a good amount of resources for him to make a decision to quit school. I would say for me, there was not enough resources for me to even have that consideration in my mind to take that risk.
No, it didn't even exist. And like he was competing when he did that. That was 2017. There's $250,000 for first, right? There's sponsorships. Like esports was proven to exist at that time, so it was completely different eras. And like, I imagine like if you had just were born a decade later, you would have maybe taken a similar path.
I could see that. I could see that for sure.
It just didn't exist. So you did play it a little bit more lame, I guess, a little bit more lame and safe in your approach, even in real life, to achieve greatness in your own era. But I wonder, like, how do you reconcile that with your inner competitor? Because your last Evo win, Evo 2014, I imagine that's a big one, because that's the one that you got post 2009, right? You're winning so many all these MVC2 Evo titles with a handful broken up in between, with people trying to break your streaks, make sure you don't win 10 in a row pretty much. And then the 2009 era, Street Fighter 4 comes out, you get second to Daigo, and you get close in a couple other games, but there's a clear difference, I think, in the eras, right? The post 2009 Evo, maybe you can expand upon it if you don't feel the same. I feel they're completely different in terms of scale and comparison. And then coming to 2014, you finally get one.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely different in terms of number wise and the scale, but I felt like it was still kind of similar to like before pre 2009. I think things got a lot harder. I think after 2016, personally.
Okay.
So I think before 2016, it was still pretty consistent how my results were. Like I won Marvel 2 in 2010. That was like the last Marvel 2. Then I think me and Issei won a 2v2 Third Strike, which was like they had an official Third Strike 2v2. They tried that format, so we won that one as well too. And I got second and third a lot of the other Evos for other games like Killer Instinct and Cross Tekken as well. So I think the results were still pretty similar. But 2014 I would say was a huge win, because that was where I didn't really play the meta. I just kind of played how I felt like playing, and it was also the first time I heard the crowd cheer for me, because I'm used to people booing me because that's how it was back in the day. But people were just chanting my name and everything like that, and they wanted not a Virgil or Morgan or Zero team to win. So I think that really made me really happy, I would say, for sure. But then I think it definitely got a lot harder after 2016, where I think that's when all the games started getting a lot more serious, a lot more competitor. That was also the tour era for all these games. Like every company want to have a tour, Tekken World Tour, Arx's World Tour, whatever World Tour. Like they were just mashing World Tours at that point, right? So competitions was a lot more steeper during that time. And I mean, the last time after that I did well was 2019. That was like for Sam Show. I got third at Evo. I was trying to win Sam Show hard because I was like a $30,000 prize pool. So I was really sad I got third that tournament. But yeah, even now I think there was a 2016 error till 2019, but now it's like even harder. Like because now much more players are better at fighting games now because of because of post COVID. Everyone had no place to go to travel, so everyone's just grinding at home. So everyone just got a lot better of like how to understand fighting games. So literally, and it's not even just a huge gap anymore because before it was like Japan's the best, right? Now it's like everyone is like on a similar level or at least close to Japan. It's actually the closest that has ever been where in the global scale where all the countries are super close to each other in skill.
I see. Yeah, I forget about your Sam Show third place win because I guess I'm thinking about your career and like your choice to pursue stability and content creation. Like what point in your career were you like, I am satisfied with the number of Evo wins I have and I'm okay? Like once you hit that 2020 era and the world said, hey, this is probably the best chance for you to pivot to something else. Like how many Evo wins would it take? How did you know you were satisfied with your performance and the fact that you were okay with it?
Yeah, it was really during COVID because we were stuck at home for 3 years, and my drive for competitiveness is kind of just went away because then I have a new passion of like just upping the YouTube numbers. That was like my next passion. It's like, how do I keep getting bigger and bigger on YouTube? It's even my passion now. Just like, what can I do to get to a higher subscriber count or anything like that? Like, cause I look at like Maximilian, he's like the person that you want to chase, right?
Okay.
In terms of like content creation. And I was like, I always tell people, I just want to be 15% successful as Max. I don't want 100% because that's just, not realistic. I'm always trying to be realistic with numbers. So I want to be like at least 15% of what he's doing. So definitely during the pandemic, it really changed my perspective. If there was no pandemic, I would say I would still probably be competing, playing in tournaments even to this day.
Interesting.
But because the pandemic domesticated me to stay home, it changed my whole perspective of like what I want to do now.
Okay. Interesting. That was another thing I was curious about because I'm always interested in perspectives on like the industry of esports and all that because I feel like, especially like the North American scene, we've had a talent drain for forever where all of our best players eventually age out and they go, okay, it's not really necessarily my skills diminishing relatively. It's that I need to pay bills. Like I'm getting older, I have responsibilities, I have a family starting, whatever. I got to get out of here. But when you look at Japan, like Daigo's 43, Tokido's 39, Sako's 45, and Abashi 43. You're 39 as well, right? That's what Wikipedia says.
39.
Right. You're in that age group, and all of them are active, professional, sponsored players still, and you're more in the content creation route. And I just wonder what your perspective is on that, on like how like the Japanese scene has kind of found more stability and these players are still playing versus NA where how many top level pros are still competing and is it just because of them falling off? I don't really think so. I think there's economic forces at play.
It really comes down to the culture. I'm always impressed and intrigued of like how all in Japanese like people are as like as their upbringing, because I think their whole saying is like once they want to do something, they really see it to the end. And I think that's what we see a lot versus compared to NA. NA is like kind of like, or maybe the rest of the world, but at least I could speak for NA.
Prepare your heart for the celebration of Easter with Season of Hope by Dr. David Jeremiah. This treasury of inspirational Easter devotionals, readings, and scripture will take you on a 25-day journey to Easter Sunday and is sure to become a cherished volume you will come back to year after year. Yours for a gift of any amount. Or
is when I see people wanting to do something, if it's not, I guess, given to them, they don't want to pursue it. Or like, it's kind of like they need kind of an option select to kind of like help them out to go for that. And that's the hard part, because sometimes you have to put your own money, you have to put your own time to actually get those type of results while waiting for a possible DM or an email to be like, hey, we want to sponsor you for anything like that. While Japan, they're going to chase it. They're going to get people to see who they are, see them, and then they'll get that opportunity. They'll get that offer. And if you look at how before the whole, Street Fighter 6 blew up with the whole VTubers and everything like that, they were already doing so well with Street Fighter League, right? There was a thing where if you were really good in Street Fighter 5 or Street Fighter 6 and you're doing amazing stuff online, people will seek you out to join their team, right? To do like all this type of stuff. When I talk to a lot of like pro players, I would say like last year or 2 years ago, their main focus was playing Capcom games. They didn't want to play, I would say, a lot of other games anymore, because they know that if they do well, they might get picked up for Street Fighter League Japan, right? And which is, I would say, for them, it's like a real job for them.
Right.
And I think the prime example was when I talked to someone, it was like Goichi. He's like, yeah, no more Under Night, no more Dragon Ball, only Street Fighter, right? And Goichi, I mean, he's a god in so many of these, like, I would say Kusoge games, and he obviously won Evo for Dragon Ball, and now he's like chasing the Street Fighter dream as well too, right? So it's just Japan just has a lot. I feel like a lot more opportunities, and even when I talked to Momochi like years ago, he said the only reason why he's so successful now is because he moved from Nagoya all the way to Tokyo. If he didn't move to Tokyo, the success would not be there. But he made like that big move to be like, hey, like, I know I'm good enough. I can beat all these players, but I just need the experience and exposure where everyone is living in Tokyo. Daigo, Tokido, Fudo, all these guys live in Tokyo. I need to make the move and see what happens. And, like, it's not like somebody paid him to move to Tokyo. He did it on his own accord because he felt like he could do it. And I think that's also like what I did as a kid, is like, I believe that if I go to this tournament, I'm going to win. And I just kept having results and results after results. And I think that's like the really big difference. A lot of people are just waiting to be signed, but they're not putting an effort to get signed.
Interesting. Well, speaking of opportunities, I do have one more thing to show you. Let's see if I can pull this up. Can you describe what you see here on the screen?
The Street Fighter League, the first season of Street Fighter League for Street Fighter 5. Yeah, it was me, yourself, Brian F., and Psycho, who also was a finalist for this year's Street Fighter League World.
Yeah, at least one of us is still cooking, right?
Yeah, Psycho's one of us still cooking.
Psycho's doing work out there. Yeah, so it's funny. We were actually on the first U.S. Street Fighter League, where it was far away from what it is today. I would say.
Yes.
We weren't even getting paid at all. I think you might have been. I think the captains had some kind of appearance fee, but originally,
there was some drama between that, because the captains got paid and then the other players didn't get paid. But I think after the first day, then they paid the other players, if I can recall correctly.
Yes, I think there were some arguments being had, and Rob was speaking up pretty loud. I mean, we were taking like 1 to 2 weeks, like at least 1.5, 2 weeks off work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like we were flying away from our jobs